make a small profit, Song Nansure gritted his teeth and bet 100 spirit stones on Yoon Jifeng. My heart was pounding after I finished. Honestly, she wasn't sure if Yoon Jifeng could win. These 100 spirit stones truly showed her deep camaraderie with Yoon Jifeng, a bond forged through life and death. She even ran to the edge of the arena and whispered, Yoon Jifeng. She thought he couldn't hear her, but to her surprise, he actually turned his head. He now had a jade pendant on his waist, which was probably the magical artifact he had mentioned. He asked, What? Song Nansure lowered his voice. I bet you 100 spirit stones. You absolutely cannot lose. Yoon Jifeng seemed to smile slightly. Then he said, When I win, it'll be the same as always. Their old rule is to split it in half. Song Nansure was shocked. This is the same old rule. Just as she was about to retort, she saw Yoon Jifeng get up and walk over to listen to the rules. Song Nansure walked back expressionlessly. Looking at the number of bettors on the gambling table, she noticed that another person had placed a bet on the game. Then someone whispered in my ear, You pinned him down. Song Nansure turned his head and saw a cultivator with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, who was quite handsome but had a very fierce temperament. Song Nansure felt that his fierce temperament might come from the long sword at his waist. Sword masters are rare. Song Nansure immediately thought of the Sheng family in Donglo who used knives. She instinctively asked, Who are you? The swordsman said, Yi Lis Ho. His surname is Yi, not Sheng. Song Nansure asked, Did you suppress Yoon Jifeng? Yi Lis Ho replied succinctly, Song Nansure, influenced by him, became less talkative. Why? Yi Lis Ho thought about it carefully, a feeling. He said seriously, He's very strong. The two of them then watched Yoon Jifeng on the arena together. Song Nansure asked, Are you also participating in the competition? Yi Lis Ho, yes. Song Nansure, you're not a cultivator from the Boundless sect. Yi Lis Ho, yes. Song Nansure, which group are you in? Yi Lis Ho, Golden Elixir. Song Nansure. She found it really difficult to talk to this person. Each word was uttered slowly, and she felt like she was about to run out of breath. She couldn't help but say, Do you guys rarely talk about playing with knives and swords? What kind of group personality is this? Yi Lis Ho, no. He paused, then said a long sentence. The water in your Wuyang sect is too expensive. I'm afraid I'll get thirsty if I talk too much. Song Nansure. He suddenly felt an extraordinary sense of kinship with this brother Yi in front of him. On his way here today, Song Nansure did see that Wuyanzong suddenly had a lot more food and water stalls. She could tell at a glance that this was definitely not meant for the disciples of the Boundless sect, because the prices of those items were just too outrageous. For example, a bowl of water costs 2 spirit stones, although you can refill it. Song Nansure considered himself a shrewd merchant, but this was the first time he had ever seen someone have to use spirit stones to buy water. Spirit stones are hard currency in the cultivation world, but they are also an essential resource. Unless it's something like spirit herbs and pills that are sold to cultivators, where spirit stones can be exchanged for resources, people mostly use gold and silver for other things that are not beneficial to cultivation, such as food. She had seen it before. 2 copper coins and a bowl of sweet soup. 2 spirit stones and a bowl of plain water. Even the most cunning merchant would have to admit defeat. It is said that these stalls were set up by the sect leader. The sect leader is indeed the sect leader. No wonder he's had hundreds of years of extra experience. You should know that the monthly salary of a direct disciple of the Wuyang sect is only 80 spirit stones. This bowl of water costs 2 spirit stones, which is even more outrageous than a bottle of mineral water that costs 20 yuan in a modern tourist area. Song Nanshe inexplicably felt that his sect leader wanted to take this opportunity to develop his sect into a ruthless tourist attraction that preyed on outsiders. After all, the disciples of the Boundless sect live right here. If they get thirsty or hungry, they can just go back to their cave. Who would be the sucker for that? Just as Song Nanshe finished thinking this, he saw a handsome young man passing by carrying an exquisite white jade bottle, on which was the symbol of the Wuyang sect. This isn't just the sect leader selling a cheap, overpriced bottle of water, it's an upgraded, deluxe version. This handsome young woman is none other than Zhao Yan, the strongest female supporting character, who broke off her engagement with Song Nanshe's arrogant senior brother. Senior sister Zhao then leisurely said to the little female cultivator beside her, who seemed to be following her around, "Luckily, there are places to buy water all over the sect today. I was so thirsty. It's only 5 spirit stones, and the price is cheap. The sect is really thoughtful." The young female cultivator beside her immediately agreed, holding the same jade bottle in her hand, which was clearly something senior sister Zhao Yan had bought on whim. Song Nanshe. She was being naive. For a truly wealthy woman, 5 spirit stones and 5 copper coins might be no different. She's the one who got the short end of the stick. She looked away with a complicated expression, just about to say something to this like-minded person to distract herself, when she saw that this like-minded person was staring at senior sister Zhao Yan without blinking, with undisguised envy in their expression. Was he envious of senior sister Zhao's wealth? Song Nanshe wondered. Then she heard him say, "Look at that little female cultivator next to her." Song Nanshe glanced over subconsciously. The young female cultivator following senior sister Zhao was a standard villainous follower, both in appearance and demeanor. As expected of a ruthless woman who could annul a marriage with Long Aotian, she certainly doesn't skimp on the ostentatious display of a villainous woman. However, she now finally understands why the villainous female supporting characters in novels always have little followers around them. Her gaze fell on the water in the little nun's hand. If such benefits were available, she would also like to apply for such a position. Eating, drinking, and having fun with rich women and getting paid for it, what an amazing job. Song Nanshe smacked his lips. Then she heard Yi Liu's brother also click his tongue. He said, "Does this fairy need any helpers or fighters? The kind who are especially good at fighting during the Golden Core stage?" Song Nanshe. "Okay, this is someone who wants to compete with her for the job." Song Nanshe gave a forced smile and said, "Brother Yi, we hit it off immediately. Since you're thirsty." Yi Liu immediately looked over, thinking she was going to offer him free water. Then Song Nanshe said, "How about I sell you a bowl of water for 1 spirit stone, with unlimited refills?" Yi Liu. He said succinctly, "No need." Song Nanshe smacked his lips. Indeed, the poor are the hardest to exploit. Just then, a long, drawn-out bell rang out from the arena, signaling the start of the first match. The 2 penniless bastards, who had just finished their 800 rounds of witty banter, immediately turned around and stared intently at the arena where they had just placed a considerable bet. As the bell tolled, the 2 sword cultivators faced off, with the sword cultivator from the Boundless sect making the first move. That senior brother's movements were so fast that they were almost impossible to catch, while Yun Jifeng was the complete opposite. He stood there motionless, as if he hadn't reacted at all. He hadn't even looked away from the stage yet, and it was unclear what he had been looking at. He looked like he wasn't paying any attention to the ring and was just waiting to lose and be carried off the stage. But Song Nansure knew that wasn't the case. She was the person who understood him best besides Yoon Ji-fin, and of course she knew his strengths and weaknesses. This person's explosive power is quite terrifying, but correspondingly, his injuries have not healed, his endurance is poor, and his health bar is short. Once the battle is prolonged, it is almost equivalent to losing half of the battle. So, if she were Yoon Ji-fin, given her unbalanced combat abilities, what would she choose? The sword cultivator's senior brother quickly attacked and got close. Yoon Ji-fin, who had been completely unresponsive just moments before, suddenly moved and attacked without holding back. Therefore, when the sword cultivator's senior brother's sword strike, which was meant to test his strength, landed on him, it was as if he had been delivered right to his doorstep to be beaten. The swordsman's senior brother couldn't stop his momentum in time and could only barely dodge the sword. He realized he was in trouble and tried to create distance, but Yoon Ji-fin's sword was like a leech, giving him no chance to breathe. Yi Lis-ho, standing beside her, suddenly said, "He wants to finish this quickly." A slight smile appeared on Song Nanshure's lips. From the very beginning until now, the battle has barely begun, and the opponent is already showing signs of defeat. Some audience members were still in the audience and hadn't even reacted yet. Because they were already used to the rhythm of the nascent soul stage arena, sometimes lasting a whole day or even several days. Often, although cultivators at the nascent soul stage are the fewest, they are always the last to finish in each competition. While they were still stunned and unable to recover, Song Nansure took the opportunity to walk up to the disciple who had set up the gambling table and said, "Yoon Ji-fin is bound to win, pay up." Yi Lis-ho had also come over at some point, and said regretfully, "It's just that this brother Yoon won so decisively this time. There will be many more people betting on him in the future, and then he won't be able to make much money." Song Nansure remained calm. When you go big with betting, you don't know whether you're betting on others or they're betting on you. Just play around and forget it. If you're really going to make money from this, you might as well go work on a sewing machine. The two of them were talking freely when the dealer, realizing what was happening, glanced at the stage and subconsciously said, "It hasn't even started yet." Before he could even utter the word win, Yoon Ji-fin, on the stage, unexpectedly knocked his opponent off the stage. The young man in the blue robe had a calm expression. "You lost," he said. The bookmaker slowly opened his mouth wide. The audience, still in shock, gaped open along with him. Only when Song Nansure smiled did her teeth show. "Yoon Ji-fin, you are my god." So, when Yoon Ji-fin, who had launched a lightning attack, stepped down from the stage, he saw Song Nansure counting spirit stones and grinning from ear to ear. He had just involuntarily burst into laughter when a boastful laugh came from the side. Yoon Ji-fin frowned, turned his head, and saw Yi Lis-ho, who had the same smile and the same money-counting gesture as Song Nansure. He patted his chest and said, "My judgment is awesome." Yoon Ji-fin. For some reason, Yoon Ji-fin found Song Nanshure's expressions and movements pleasing to the eye, but this person. Where did this lunatic come from? He immediately went over to remind Song Nansure to stay away from that lunatic. Then he saw the lunatic step forward and forcefully slap Song Nansure on the shoulder, causing Song Nansure to stumble forward. Yoon Ji-fin. His face immediately darkened, and he quickly stepped forward, grabbing the other's wrist before the other could strike a second time. His eyes were like those of a wolf on a snowy plain, coldly staring at him, filled with icy killing intent. He said in a deep voice, "What are you doing?" Yi Lis-ho was taken aback when he was suddenly stopped. Song Nansure, who looked up, was also stunned. if it were someone else, and they were clearly being misunderstood, they would probably try to explain themselves first. But Yi Li-ho is different. Seeing Yoon Ji-fin's aggressive gaze and recalling the strength he had displayed on the arena earlier, the swordsman immediately became excited. He didn't even care if he got thirsty from talking, and shouted, "Okay." As he spoke, he flipped his other hand and drew a knife, clearly eager to test his skills on the spot. An alarm bell rang in Song Nansha's mind. She quickly intervened, saying, "Stop, stop, stop. It's all a misunderstanding." But neither of them showed any sign of stopping. Yi Li-ho is clearly a martial arts fanatic and a swordsman who doesn't care about anything else when there's a fight. She knew Yoon Ji-fin all too well. He was not the type to back down. Seeing that they were about to start gesturing without knowing anything, Song Nansha was extremely anxious. Meanwhile, as if they weren't excited enough, Jiang Ji and Zhu Xiu, who hadn't yet competed in the Golden Core group, were looking for their third junior sister and ended up here. Just then, Song Nansha saw Yoon Ji-fin confronting a strange male cultivator, and he was so anxious that he was covered in sweat. Jiang Ji and Zhu Xiu were both startled. "Jiang Ji, is this going to be a group fight?" Zhu Xiu, "Oh no. Could this be a character like the second male lead in a storybook?" The two immediately exchanged a glance, and seeing that the other's expression was just as serious as their own, they both felt that she must be thinking the same thing. Jiang Ji immediately said, "We don't know the guy with the knife here. I'll take him down, and you can punch him in the face." Zhu Xiu was shocked. Is this how second male leads are treated these days? Jiang Ji? He was bewildered. Second male lead? What second male lead? Zhu Xiu, "Oh, weren't you going to fight that guy with the knife?" Jiang Ji, "But I didn't say I was going to hit the second male lead." Zhu Xiu, "It's like the second male lead in a storybook. Oh no, this is a relationship crisis." Jiang Ji, "Huh?" The generation gap between the plot-driven, overpowered male protagonist and the romance-driven, heartbreaking female protagonist is deeper than the Somali Trench. Old man Lu was laughing so hard his stomach hurt. Seeing that they were about to fight, and that the senior brothers and sisters who came over would only make things worse instead of helping, Song Nansha took a deep breath and pulled out his trump card. She said expressionlessly, "If you break something here, you'll have to pay 10 times the damages." It had an immediate effect. The two men, who looked ready to fight to the death today, stopped at the same time. Yi Li-ho even carefully moved his foot off a rock. The disciple who was holding a small notebook and was about to write down the damaged items regretfully put down his pen. Song Nansha was so angry he left. She asked, "Are you calm now?" The two of them calmed down. They knew they had most likely messed up. The two exchanged a glance, then quickly separated without saying a word. Song Nansha then said, "Now that you've calmed down, let me introduce you to each other." She pointed to Yoon Ji-fin. "This is my best friend, someone I've been through thick and thin with." Yoon Ji-fin's expression softened. She pointed at Yi Li-ho, paused, and solemnly said, "He is my half-brother, whom I just met. The proletariat are all brothers and sisters." Yoon Ji-fin. He blurted out instinctively, "Why am I a friend, but he's a brother?" Song Nansha. Yoon Ji-fin. He muttered to himself, "It's nothing." A dispute was resolved. Long Aotian, who was discussing what constitutes the second male lead, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Jiang Ji thought to himself, "Thank goodness a fight didn't break out." Zhu Xiu seemed to be deep in thought. They stopped as soon as their junior sister opened her mouth. Could it be that their junior sister has the potential to be a heartthrob? The two, whose thought processes were completely different, exchanged a glance and walked over. Song Nansure asked wearily, "Senior sisters and senior brothers, what brings you here?" The two exchanged a glance and cautiously asked, "Junior sisters' competition is about to begin. Shall we go and take a look?" Song Nansure didn't want to be a mediator anymore, so he immediately agreed. Yoon Ji-fan and his companion, who had just caused trouble, exchanged a glance and immediately followed. Yi Li-ho acted as if nothing had happened and quietly said to Yoon Ji-fan, "Brother, let's have a match later." Yoon Ji-fan was inexplicably annoyed by this person, and said expressionlessly, "I have no money, I can't afford to fight." As the group arrived at the foundation establishment stage arena, their junior sister was just going up on stage. In fact, the foundation establishment stage competitions are not very interesting. Most foundation establishment cultivators use the same few moves and techniques, and they haven't really mastered them, so the competitions are naturally not as exciting as those in other groups. Therefore, during the competition, the number of viewers for the foundation establishment stage group was much smaller, with most of them being disciples participating in the competition, who were watching to gain a better understanding of their opponents. But Song Nansure felt that his junior sisters matched well. It was somewhat interesting. However, the appeal of this show isn't necessarily that the fights are particularly exciting. Instead, when the junior sister first went on stage, she announced that she was a sword cultivator, but from beginning to end, the biggest use of that sword was for her to use as a hammer. Both sword cultivators and non-sword cultivators fell silent. In the end, the junior sister won. She punched the person down. Song Nansure. Others. Looking at the soft-spoken and slender Yu Jiojio, they questioned the meaning of life. The burly man she swung down was even more disillusioned with life. He was furious and immediately reported Yu Jiojio for cheating, saying that she had lied about her profession. The referee didn't even look up and said, "She is a sword cultivator." Upon hearing this, the man was almost brought to tears. Song Nansure watched the whole thing from the sidelines. After a long while, she couldn't help but ask, "Senior sister, do you think I should suggest that junior sister switch to body cultivation?" "Ju Xiu, I think so too." The competition proceeded smoothly, with several groups playing simultaneously. At noon, the senior brother and senior sister of the Golden Core group started their competition at the same time, dominating the arena. Moreover, Yi Li-ho was actually a formidable figure in the Golden Core group. The Golden Core group is already so complicated. I wonder who will be the champion in the end. After everyone finished their competition, no one went back to rest and prepare for tomorrow's competition. They were all waiting for Song Nansure to come on stage. Song Nansure was the last group in the foundation establishment stage. As time went by, all the other groups finished their competitions and then moved on to the foundation establishment group, which had the most participants. This unremarkable foundation building group suddenly became the place with the most visitors. Amidst the clamor of voices, the penultimate group took the stage. The last set of information then appeared on the playing cards hanging next to the arena. During the Southern Song Dynasty, he was a diviner. Li Ziming, Fa Xiu. The moment these two groups appeared, even the competition taking place on stage seemed to lose its excitement, and everyone started discussing it. The subject of the discussion was two words that shouldn't have appeared on the list. Diviner. Song Nansure overheard someone exclaim in surprise, "Diviners can fight." Others confidently stated, "This method is now firmly established. It's only natural that fortune tellers are so weak they're even weaker than healers." The faces of the crowd who had come to watch Song Nanshi's competition with great joy immediately changed. Yoon Ji-fan tried to stand up on the spot, but Song Nanshi held him down. She said calmly, "What's the rush?" And coincidentally, the person sitting in front of them seemed to be Song Nanshi's rival. The person next to him said enviously, "Zimin, you've basically advanced directly this time." The Buddhist practitioner named Li Zimin thought so too, and laughed smugly. "I'm really lucky today." The person next to him asked, "Does our Wuyang sect have diviners?" Li Zimin had clearly inquired beforehand, and said, "There is one. I heard he's a disciple of Lin's Peak, but I don't know what's wrong with his head." Instead of learning swordsmanship from the sword master of no return, he went to Xiantang Peak to learn fortune-telling. You know Xiantang Peak, right? The one where 13 disciples died. In an instant, Song Nanshi, who had just been saying he was in a hurry, kicked out without warning, sending the rambling cultivator flying from the third row to the edge of the arena. The suddenness of the event caused a moment of silence to fall over the scene. Li Zimin turned around angrily, just as Song Nanshi was calmly retracting his foot. He glared angrily, "You." Song Nanshi smiled faintly. "If you don't want to be mindful of your words, there are plenty of people who will teach you a lesson." He immediately realized that someone had overheard him. He felt guilty at first, but then, thinking about how he had lost face in front of so many people, he became furious and said, "What's it to you?" Song Nanshi laughed. She said, "Isn't this just a coincidence? I am Song Nanshi, the one who went to study divination because he was mentally ill." Li Zimin was taken aback by the coincidence, and his face flushed red and then turned pale. You. He hesitated for a long time but didn't say anything. At this moment, the elder referee stepped down and said sternly, "The competition on stage isn't over yet. Are you planning to have a private match first?" Song Nanshi smiled and said, "Not at all. He just lost his balance." The elder referee, with his sharp ears and keen eyes, surely heard the cause of the dispute. He didn't particularly like this person who lacked manners, so he pretended not to see him and said, "Why aren't you sitting properly? If you want to compete, then compete on the stage." Li Zimin stood up, looking disheveled, and said through gritted teeth, "You'll see what happens on the stage." This time, Song Nanshi didn't laugh. "Then we'll wait and see." The competition on stage was still ongoing, and it seemed as if nothing had happened, yet all around them was quiet. At this moment, Yoon Ji-fan suddenly said, "Song Nanshi, you broke a chair, so you have to pay 10 times the amount in compensation." Song Nanshi, who had just finished showing off. "Poverty affects my ability to show off." Yoon Ji-fan smiled and said, "But you're right, so I'll compensate you." Song Nanshi did a great job. While the fight raged fiercely on stage, an undercurrent of tension was brewing within a 15-jong radius of Song Nanshi. Of course, it's all others making the moves. While listening half-heartedly to Li Zimin's greeting and muttering to someone else, Song Nanshi was also intently watching the arena. Both cultivators on the arena are currently talisman masters. Being a talisman master is a very lucrative profession, and their combat methods are diverse. Often, the number of talismans a talisman master can draw determines the number of attacks his opponent must deal with, making it extremely difficult to deal with. The length of a talisman master's endurance also depends on the extent to which the talisman master has stored up talismans. A wealthy talisman master can wear you down to death. However, during a major competition, it's impractical to have a talisman master bring all their resources and drag out the match from day to night. There is a limit to the number of talismans a talisman master can bring onto the stage, it all depends on your choice. Therefore, talisman masters generally follow 3 routes. Use defensive runes to wear down the opponent, or use offensive runes to crush them. Combining the 2 tests your ability to create the right combination. Ultimately, the goal is to defeat others within the limited number of talismans, or wear them down until they have no choice but to give up. It was obvious that the 2 people on stage had chosen defensive routes, and Song Nansure could tell at a glance that they were likely to have a tough time. That's perfect. After watching for a while, Song Nansure looked away and turned to Yi Liho beside him, saying, Brother Yi, do you know where the people who placed bets on the Foundation Establishment Group competition are? Yi Liho snapped out of his daze, lowered his voice, and pointed to an inconspicuous cultivator sitting cross-legged on the ground in a corner, saying, That's him. What? You want to place a bet? But this round has already started, and betting is not allowed anymore. Song Nansure then said, Then you can at least bet on the next one, right? Yi Liho was taken aback. The next one, isn't that herself? Song Nansure stood up and said, I'll go and suppress myself. As soon as she moved, everyone who had been secretly watching the situation looked over. Li Ziming, who had just been ridiculed and humiliated, couldn't help but retort, Didn't you just tell me to wait and see? Well, I'm waiting right now. Where are you planning to go? Surrender without a fight. After saying that, he seemed to think he was being very humorous and laughed twice. After laughing, he saw Song Nansure looking at him like he was an idiot. She said with pity, Are you so anxious that you won't live to see the next moment? After saying that, she shook her head, turned around, and left. Li Ziming couldn't help but stand up, You. Just as he stood up, his legs suddenly tripped over something, and he fell forward uncontrollably, landing face down on the ground. Bam! As he angrily got up, he saw Yung Jifeng expressionlessly withdraw his foot and say, Remember to watch where you're going. If you don't need your eyes anymore, you can donate them to someone in need. After saying that, he got up and followed. Li Ziming, you. He took 2 steps forward, intending to catch up. However, the next moment he was pushed aside, and a foot secretly stretched out, allowing him to score a second goal. He was even kicked around a few times, both openly and secretly. One of the feet nearly stomped on him, causing him to vomit blood. After he was hurriedly helped up, he saw a large group of people walking over. It was Song Nanshure's group of fellow disciples. They chatted and laughed as if no one else was around. A female cultivator asked with concern, Junior sister, did you hurt your foot? A soft, shy voice said, It's just a little uncomfortable. Li Ziming was so angry his hands were trembling. Are they in such a hurry to be reborn? He meant it as a rebuke, but the person next to him looked at him and actually replied seriously, No, it seems they are going to place a bet. Upon hearing this, Li Ziming hesitated for a moment, then said, Let's go. We'll go too. When Song Nansure arrived at the unremarkable gambling table, a large crowd had already gathered around it. After all, the commotion was quite significant, and this was the last event of the day, so it's no surprise that many people wanted to capitalize on the boss. The bookmaker, being astute, adjusted the odds between the 2 sides accordingly. Song Nansure glanced at it and found that her odds had soared from 1.5 to 1 to 3. That's a pretty high odds. If you win, your initial investment will triple. If you're determined, you can become rich overnight. Having watched so many betting games, Song Nansure found that, apart from Yung Jifeng's game because his opponent was a very popular senior brother from the Wuyang sect, the highest odds were currently her own. Song Nansure couldn't help but feel that the most profitable part of participating in this set competition was not the prize money, but the betting itself. However, this uncertainty is quite high, and it is only useful in the first game when no one knows each other. In the next round, when everyone has a better understanding of each other's strengths, it's unlikely that such high odds will appear again. Despite the high odds, very few people bet on her. Most only place small bets to try their luck. This also shows just how little she is regarded. No one believed that a diviner could defeat a cultivator, especially when their cultivation levels were similar. Song Nansure remained outwardly calm but inwardly delighted. Just as he was about to step forward and place a bet for himself, he noticed a commotion outside the crowd. She turned her head to look over there. The villainous supporting character, Zhao Yan, walked over with her chin held high, escorted by 2 lackeys, exuding an air of noble aloofness. She saw Song Nansure first. Song Nansure thought she would greet him, but instead she snorted coldly and walked straight to the gambling table, announcing in a shocking statement, "I bet 5,000 spirit stones on Song Nansure." The crowd erupted in an uproar. Song Nansure was first shocked, then moved. "Senior sister Zhao Yan, how much do you trust her?" The dealer was also taken aback, saying incredulously, "Are you sure? Would you like to reconsider?" Zhao Yan said impatiently, "Do I need to think about spending 5,000 spirit stones?" 5,000 spirit stones were thrown down. People around her looked at her as if she were a sucker. Zhao Yan, however, didn't seem to care at all, and walked out with her chin held high, exuding a noble and aloof air. Song Nansure was moved by what he saw. "I never expected senior sister Zhao to trust me so much." Zhao Yan immediately denied it, saying, "You're overthinking it." Song Nansure, "Zhao Yan, you're someone I know, so even if you can't win, you have to put on a show, or I'll embarrass you." Song Nansure. In other words, they don't care whether she wins or loses. They're just throwing away those 5,000 spirit stones. At that moment, Song Nansure really wanted to ask senior sister Zhao if she needed any followers or something. Immediately, the others followed suit. Seeing how high Song Nanshure's odds were, they all felt that their junior senior sister was being looked down upon, and immediately threw down several $1,000s at a time. The dealer was grinning from ear to ear. Song Nansure was completely stunned by what he saw. She finally realized for the first time why she, a poor girl, knew so many rich people. No, not entirely. She looked at the other 2 people standing next to her. Then she suggested, "How about we pool our money and bet a few thousand spirit stones on it?" Yoon Ji-fan, "Okay." Yi-Lis, "Oh, good, good, good." The 3 poor guys immediately chipped in the money. Then Song Nansure discovered that he was actually the richest of the 3. Besides the 3,000 spirit stones she lent to Yoon Ji-fan, she managed to scrape together another 2,000 spirit stones. Yi-Lis took out 1,000 spirit stones and solemnly said, "This is all the wealth I have." Coincidentally, Yoon Ji-fan also brought out all his belongings. Chinsayao spirit stones. It has both whole and odd amounts. Song Nansure stared at the 700 spirit stones for a long time before saying tactfully, "Yoon Ji-fan, could you try to round it up?" Yoon Ji-fan looked at her expressionlessly. Song Nansure, "Good, good, good." She handed over the 3,731 spirit stones that the 3 of them had put together. The bookmaker needs to remember the names of the bettors. After thinking for a while, Song Nansure came up with a group name for the 3 of them. The dealer looked down and saw the name she had written. The alliance of haters of the rich. The dealer. Song Nansure clapped his hands and walked out, showing no sign of the burden of having invested all his savings. Then she quietly asked Yoon Ji-fan, "Hey, you put all your belongings in there, so how about my compensation?" Yoon Ji-fan, "I'll pay." Song Nansure laughed and said, "Aren't you afraid I'll lose all my money?" Yoon Ji-fan said firmly, "No." Song Nansure smiled and said, "Then you can just wait for it to triple." As they were talking, they saw Lee Zimin running over. Upon hearing this, he sneered and immediately tried to suppress him as well. Song Nansure looked at him pressing down. Before he placed his bet, he specifically asked, "How much of yourself did you bet?" Song Nansure thought for a moment and said, "All my belongings." Upon hearing this, Lee Zimin gritted his teeth and said, "I'll bet all my savings too." He was about to place his bet when he said that. Upon hearing this, Song Nansure couldn't help but say, "Then take another look at all your belongings." Lee Zimin? Song Nansure said honestly, "I'm afraid this is the last time I'll see you." Lee Zimin became even more certain that he should place his bet. He even said to his friend, "If you're friends, bet on me together." After thinking for a moment, my friend said sincerely, "Then let's break off our friendship for now." Lee Zimin? Song Nansure, "Ha ha ha ha." Amid her laughter, the bells rang in the arena. Lee Zimin, the Dharma Master, and Song Nansure, the diviner, are ready to go on stage. Song Nansure stopped. "It's her turn." Song Nansure and Lee Zimin went on stage together. She held her own destiny chart in her hand. Seeing this, Lee Zimin sneered and said, "What? Are you planning to tell my fortune right here in the arena and make me surrender without a fight?" Song Nansure said gently, "After we finish fighting, I can give you a divination." Lee Zimin, "Are you sending me a divination? Do you want to make peace?" Song Nansure, yes, 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 yes." Just then, the bell rang, and the elder referee announced in a cold voice, "The match begins." Lee Zimin immediately formed a hand seal, first creating a thin protective shield around himself. Then, a muffled explosion rang out around Song Nansure, and several arrows formed from spiritual energy attacked Song Nansure from all directions. His movements were fluid and graceful, something that most foundation establishment cultivators could hardly achieve. This showed that he had something to rely on to bet his entire fortune. As Song Nansure made this assessment in his mind, he gently stroked the horoscope. Lee represents fire. As soon as he finished speaking, several arrows formed from condensed fire appeared around Song Nansure. Seeing this, Lee Zimin felt relieved and couldn't help but laugh. This fortune teller really knows nothing. If she were to conjure a fire shield, she might be able to hold him off for a while, but if she were to conjure arrows to attack him, intending to use a diversionary tactic, she would first have to consider whether she could outrun him. As expected, having a master like the Sword Master of No Return and still going to learn divination, what a fool. Before the thought had even finished, Lee Zimin suddenly opened his eyes wide. During the Southern Song Dynasty, there was no strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. She simply said, "Go." The next moment, the arrows formed from the fire pierced the air, each one heading straight for the arrows formed by Lee Zimin's magic seal. Bam, 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 bam. One after another, sounds came. That was the sound of two arrows of different colors colliding. The blue spirit arrows and red rockets collided in mid-air, creating sparks like fireworks that drifted down and landed around Song Nansure. No arrow could get close to Song Nansure. Without exception. As the fireworks faded, everyone realized that the number of fire arrows Song Nansure had conjured was just right, enough to knock down Li Ziming's spirit arrows one by one. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Even disregarding the power of the fire, the ability to instantly discern the number of spirit arrows and condense the same number of fire arrows to knock down those spirit arrows from all directions demonstrates an incredibly terrifying level of control. Such strong control, and you're telling me this is a fortune teller? Are the requirements for becoming a fortune teller really that high? No. Li Ziming was also alarmed. He was arrogant, but not stupid. He could see what Song Nanshuo's move meant. He could even see that Song Nanshuo had a million ways to neutralize his attack, but he chose this most delicate one, just to show off his skills. His heart grew heavy. Even he himself didn't realize that the contempt in his eyes was slowly disappearing. Seeing that he remained motionless, Song Nanshuo said, "Now it's my turn." Li Ziming immediately erected a barrier, his eyes filled with solemnity. Song Nanshuo gently stroked the horoscope. Li represents fire. A massive fire dragon instantly enveloped the entire arena, the crackling sound of the flames masking Li Ziming's exclamation. The audience was caught off guard by her grand gesture and stood up. But in Song Nanshuo's view, since someone looked down on her and the old man sure, she didn't need to show any mercy to this person. Don't you think fortune tellers are useless? Then let me show you how you were utterly defeated by a useless fortune teller. Song Nanshuo always thought she had a pretty good temper. This pretty good wasn't because she was naturally mild-mannered, but rather because of her philosophy of it's better to do less trouble than more trouble. She could accept lying flat, but she couldn't accept someone stepping on her while she was lying flat, and that step also involved old Master Sure. She could call me old man master, and she could say he was mean or sarcastic. But others can't. Amidst the flames that engulfed the entire arena, Li Ziming initially tried to resist, but when the first cluster of flames climbed onto his body, he knew he was powerless to turn the tide. A fire that has been separated from its source is like a maggot clinging to a bone. It cannot be extinguished no matter what. His whole body was burning with pain. At first, he was still defiant, thinking that at worst they would fight to the death. But later, the pain became so intense that he couldn't even utter a word to surrender, and that's when he felt fear. Could this fortune teller be planning to burn him alive on the stage? Will he die? He truly smelled the scent of death. At the same time, he heard the elder referee's voice, Li Ziming. Defeated. Song Nanshuo, put away your fire. At that moment, Li Ziming had never felt that his defeated voice could sound so pleasant. Song Nanshuo clicked his tongue and regretfully withdrew the Li Huo. Li Ziming, his body charred black, lay on the stage. If he hadn't been breathing, everyone would have thought they were seeing a charred corpse. From beginning to end, some people didn't even swallow a sip of tea. Song Nanshuo didn't even intend to use the second hexagram. There was complete silence both on and off the stage. Only Yung Jifeng seemed not to have seen anything. He jumped straight onto the stage, looked her up and down, and frowned, saying, "Some of your sideburns have been cut off." Song Nanshuo looked down and said, "It was a moment of carelessness." Meanwhile, the healers went up to the stage to save Li Ziming, but when they saw the charred body, they were at a loss for what to do. Song Nanshuo then said, "Go and help get him downstairs first. If he really dies, I'll have to pay compensation." Yung Jifeng glanced at it and walked over expressionlessly. He stepped forward to pick up Li Ziming, but after thinking about it, he decided to respect the wounded soldier and instead picked him up with both hands. Just as he lifted her up, he heard her mutter to herself, "She must have cheated. Yung Jifeng." He let go again. Bang! Li Ziming's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Yung Jifeng said calmly, Sorry, it's a bit heavy. On the library shelf. The sect leader and the old master stood together, looking towards the arena. The sect leader couldn't help but sigh. I still remember how she used to try to imitate everything when she was little. Who would have thought that 10 years later, this girl would have the same demeanor as her senior uncle back then? The old man couldn't suppress the smile on his face, but he said with disdain, "It's far from good enough, this is nothing." The sect leader felt a pang of sadness as he looked at the smile on his lips. Since his master's 13 disciples died one after another, he has hardly ever left Xintang Peak, and has practically become a living dead. Who still remembers that Xintang Peak was one of the 10 main peaks of the Wuyang sect? Who still remembers what the name Shiwo represented back then? He sighed, but then heard the old man ask, "What is that brat in Bugui doing now?" The sect leader paused, then said with a wry smile, "He's in seclusion." I chuckled and said nothing more. The sect leader could only manage a bitter smile. Group 151. The winner is the diviner Song Nansher. The elder referee announced. The audience was silent at first, then erupted in applause. A fortune teller actually won. Song Nansher stepped down from the stage amidst the applause. Below the stage, the medical practitioners were treating Li Ziming. Song Nansher thought for a moment, then stopped, cast a divination on his own, and then half squatted down, saying slowly, "Li Ziming, this divination of yours means you will reap what you sow." After the ritual, I gave him a divination. Song Nansher kept his word. After saying that, Song Nansher got up and left. Behind him, the healers hurriedly cried out, "Quick! Quick! He's fainted again." When Jiangji and his friends excitedly greeted Song Nan, they were as happy as if they had won the championship themselves. In her excitement, the junior sister squeezed the demon prince in her arms so tightly that his eyes rolled back in his head. Jiangji was so excited that he couldn't help but say, "How about we celebrate? It's on me." Having just won, Song Nansher immediately said, "What's the point of treating people? The most important thing now is to get the money." Jiangji, huh? He hadn't realized what was happening yet. Song Nansher looked up and saw that Shuangjie, who had been grinning from ear to ear just moments before, was now on the verge of tears. Song Nansher laughed. 3 times the amount, 6,000 spirit stones. He. Even Yun Jifeng was somewhat excited. But he quickly lost his excitement. The dealer walked over, looking pained, and said, "I'm a businessman, and I keep my word. This is the money you won." He began to read out names: Jiangji, Yu Xiu, Yu Jiujiu, Zhao Yan, and... He paused, then looked at Song Nansher and the other two. The alliance of haters of the rich. Yun Jifeng. For a moment, he almost didn't want the money. He took a deep breath and looked at Song Nan, trying to ease the awkwardness. But Song Nansher showed no embarrassment whatsoever. She was even discussing with Yi Lisou how to spend the money. Song Nansher pointed to his clothes. "Did you see my clothes?" Yi Lisou, "What?" Song Nansher said proudly, "I bought this at Wanjian Mountain. It was super cheap. I plan to buy a few hundred pieces wholesale when I get the money. That will be enough for me to wear for the rest of my life." Yi Lisou was taken aback for a moment, then gave a thumbs up, "Awesome." Yun Jifeng. He always felt out of place because he was too normal. Song Nansher's bet of 2,000 spirit stones tripled to 6,000 spirit stones. If Yun Jifeng's 731 spirit stones were tripled, that would be 2,193. Song Nansher answered quickly. Yun Jifeng said expressionlessly, you're really good at math. Song Nansher modestly replied, it's basic operation. She now finally understands what it feels like to become rich overnight, and she really doesn't want to argue with a petty man like Yoon Ji-fin. The dealer finally finished distributing their spirit stones and quickly crossed out the name Anti-Rich Alliance. That's great. He never wants to see that name again in his life. That's exactly what Yoon Ji-fin was thinking too. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It was Shengshur, which is around 4 p.m. Those who were eliminated today are naturally fine now, but they are all winners today, and there will be another round for them tomorrow. And tomorrow will only be harder than today, and it will only get harder. Everyone was preparing to go back and rest so they could be ready for tomorrow's match. Yoon Ji-fin thought so too. Since Yi Lis-ho, like him, was not a member of the Wuyang sect, and the two of them were going down the mountain together, Yoon Ji-fin politely asked Yi Lis-ho, Brother Yi, where do you live in Xianyuan town? Yi Lis-ho politely replied, inside the bridge arch. Yoon Ji-fin didn't react for a moment, and subconsciously asked again, bridge arch? Which inn is this? Yi Lis-ho then explained in detail, it's not an inn. You know the Three Maidens Bridge, right? I live in the second archway of the bridge. Yoon Ji-fin. So this is the bridge arch. He was utterly perplexed. His own situation was unique, with someone chasing him. Yi Lis-ho was at least a golden core cultivator, so why was he so poor? Moreover, he still has at least 3,000 spirit stones on him after today, yet he continues to live under the bridge. What an incredibly frugal lifestyle. But before he could speak, Song Nansher said, that won't do. Yoon Ji-fin turned to look at her, thinking she was about to offer some insightful opinion, when he heard Song Nansher say, you can't sleep under a bridge in the open. I have an unused quilt here. You can use it for now. Yoon Ji-fin. As expected of you. Yi Lis-ho was overjoyed, thank you. Yoon Ji-fin. You truly live up to your reputation. Only now does he truly realize that the words alliance of haters of the rich are absolutely true. These are all Song Nansher's honest and heartfelt words. He rubbed his forehead, closed his eyes briefly, and said, no need. If you don't mind, you can stay with me for the time being in Xianyuan town. Yi Lis-ho was pleasantly surprised. Seeing that they had reached an agreement, Song Nansher bid farewell to the two of them and returned to Lin's Peak with his fellow disciples. Yoon Ji-fin assumed that they would meet again tomorrow. Who knew that an hour after he returned, when he went out with Yi Lis-ho to buy some daily necessities, he saw that Song Nansher's fortune-telling stall had reopened. And this time, her stall was bustling with noise. Song Nansher sat surrounded by the crowd, looking like a wise and sage. Yoon Ji-fin stood outside for a short while before Song Nansher stood up abruptly, looking detached from worldly affairs, and said, these 5 divinations are all gone for today. Please come again tomorrow. Yoon Ji-fin was greatly shocked. Although he didn't know why Song Nansher's business was so good, he was surprised that she was willing to close up shop after only 5 divinations. He waited there, and when Song Nansher actually left, he patted her on the shoulder after she had walked a little further away. Song Nansher. Song Nansher almost used a direct fire attack on him. Seeing that it was him, she breathed a sigh of relief and complained, you know, people can scare each other to death. Yoon Ji-fin frowned and stared at her for a long while before saying, there's a competition tomorrow. Why are you out again? Upon hearing this, Song Nansher leisurely replied, I'll turn today's fame into cash. As soon as she mentioned fame, Yoon Ji-fin realized what she meant. Today, Song Nansher can be described as a resounding success. At the foundation establishment stage, a fortune teller defeated a magic cultivator without any chance to fight back. Young Jifeng felt that if it were him, he would also be willing to spend some money to see who this fortune teller was after hearing about this strange thing. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "So you only did 5 divinations?" Song Nansher said slowly, "This is called scarcity marketing. I'm currently charging 20 spirit stones per divination, taking a high-end approach." Young Jifeng. Having won only 1 match, she dared to double the price. Indeed, when it comes to making money, no one can compare to Song Nansher. She added, "Actually, you're quite famous now. Not only did you beat that senior brother from our sect, but you're also so handsome." The word handsome made Young Jifeng's heart skip a beat. It turns out that Song Nansher thought he was handsome. Song Nansher offered a suggestion. "Even if you were to sell tickets specifically to see your face, there would definitely be rich women willing to pay. Young Jifeng, you could totally make a living off your looks." Her face was full of envy. Young Jifeng. He took a deep breath. Song Nansher. Song Nansher, hey. Young Jifeng, if you can't speak properly, then shut up. Song Nansher, alright. That evening, to celebrate his newfound wealth, Song Nansher decided to treat his 2 impoverished brothers, who lived alone in Xianyuan town, to dinner. Then she took the 2 of them to a small stall next to the night market, where each of them ordered a bowl of wontons. Quite generous. Young Jifeng ate his wontons with his long legs tucked under the cramped table, his face expressionless. Song Nansher and Yi Lishou, 2 like-minded people, began to develop feelings for each other. Song Nansher then said, "Brother Yi and I get along quite well. May I ask where Brother Yi is from?" Yi Lishou, Zhongzhou. Upon hearing the words Zhongzhou, both Song Nansher and Young Jifeng paused simultaneously. Zhongzhou, the sword cultivator. This reminded them of the Sheng family on that IOU. But the Sheng family's surname is Sheng, while Yi Lilou's surname is Yi. Song Nansher couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yi, are there many sword-wielding families in Zhongzhou?" Yi Lihou was momentarily confused and said, "Huh? Although sword cultivation is not exactly an obscure field, I haven't heard of any prominent sword cultivation families. Even I am not from a prominent family. Although I practice my family's sword technique, there are only my brother and me left in my family now, so we really can't be considered a prominent family." Song Nan then asked, "Does Brother Yi have any relatives with the surname Sheng?" Yi Lishou frowned and thought for a long time before saying firmly, "I have never met anyone with the surname Sheng in my life." Song Nansher then dismissed the vague idea in his mind. As the saying goes, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. The Sheng family was once a renowned family. If any descendants were still alive, they would not have ended up living in such poverty as Yi Lihou, living under a bridge. At the very least, they would not have changed their surname so easily. Changing one's surname is no small matter in the cultivation world. She's really obsessed. Well, if we're meant to be, I'll pay back the money for that senior. If not, I'll just let it go." Song Nansher thought he was being too suspicious, and after asking, he continued to eat his wontons with his head down. However, Young Jifeng, who was originally from Zhongzhou, looked at Yi Lishou thoughtfully for a while. The next day, the winners drew lots again to determine their group assignments. Song Nansher was still in the last group. Coincidentally, Young Jifeng was still in the first group. Upon seeing this group number, Jiangji couldn't help but exclaim, "What a coincidence!" Zhu Xiu, standing beside him, said with a complicated expression, "Yes, they really are destined for each other." One was in the first group and the other in the last group, just like their fate, gazing at each other from afar. destined to meet but unable to be together. Zhu Xiu almost cried because of her own imagination. Jiangji could only stare at her blankly. It's just about group rankings. Why did you cry? Old Lu, who was used to this, said unsurprisingly, all right, let's just say she has something wrong with her head. While Zhu Xiu was there, deeply in love and suffering, Song Nanshe, the person involved, only had one feeling. She really is ruthless to the end. As if yesterday were repeating itself, she could only watch other people's matches and then slowly wait for her own. The other matches were also very interesting. Whether it was due to behind-the-scenes manipulation by the sect elders or simply the will of heaven, she had watched so many matches and the main characters had never been matched together. Even Yi Liho didn't meet the main characters. It was as if the kings would never meet. Yes, kings do not meet. Besides himself and his junior sister, who were both at the foundation establishment stage, the Golden Core stage group also included two main characters and Yi Liho, each wreaking havoc on their respective arenas. Anyone with eyes could see that the final champion of the Golden Core stage would definitely be one of the three of them. In terms of strength, Yi Liho is actually the strongest. He has about the strength of the 7th level of the Golden Core stage and is also a domineering sword cultivator. Second senior sister. The weakest one is actually Long Aotian, who follows the don't underestimate a young man's potential approach. Therefore, in terms of strength, Long Aotian's ability to be ranked alongside them as a top contender is truly worthy of his name. However, considering their social status, the fact that Yi Liho, such a poor guy, could compete for the championship with the two main characters immediately made Song Nanshe look at him with new respect. This guy has something special about him. Song Nanshe analyzed it like this. Finally, it was time for her second match. Her opponent this time was a sword cultivator. Song Nanshe smiled as soon as he saw the sword cultivator. She wasn't a sword cultivator, but her master was, after all, one of the most renowned sword cultivators in the cultivation world. Her entire sect consisted of sword cultivators. Others might find sword cultivators, a class that focuses on pure point-based attacks, troublesome, but Song Nanshe only wants to say one thing: no one understands sword cultivators better than her. So in this match, she played with almost less effort than in the previous one. The victor is Song Nanshe. With these words, the cultivators who had initially held onto a sliver of hope, believing that Song Nanshe's victory in the first round was merely due to his opponent's carelessness, were now completely convinced. This fortune teller is really too good for her. Meanwhile, Song Nanshe also identified the only two people in the foundation establishment group who might pose a threat to her. One is Yu Jiaojiao. She claimed to be a sword cultivator, but during the competition she was practicing a body cultivation method. However, Song Nanshe felt that she posed a threat to him, not because of her status as the female lead, but because this junior sister was socially awkward. Yes, Yu Jiaojiao's social anxiety seems to be some kind of strange buff. Before each performance, Song Nanshe could see her doing a long mental preparation. When she went on stage, she was always trembling with fear, so weak that she seemed to faint from fright without anyone's help. But once on stage, face to face, Yu Jiaojiao's social anxiety buff kicks in, instantly multiplying her strength by 3. That's absolutely outrageous. The second threat was a sword cultivator. Jiang Ming. Song Nanshe had never heard of this altered disciple before. Although his cultivation level is foundation establishment, he is only one step away from Golden Core. His swordsmanship is not flashy, but his foundation is very solid. Such people are also considered difficult to deal with. Song Nansure was almost certain that, regardless of the outcome, this time, senior brother Jiang would definitely have a place in the inner set. However, after several days of competition, round after round, Song Nansure still hadn't met the two of them. Just like the top team members in the Golden Singles group, they never meet. Therefore, Song Nansure was almost certain that the sect elders were doing it on purpose, deliberately putting the most promising person last in the competition. Song Nansure waited patiently. Finally, on the 5th day, each group had only 3 people left. The next step was to have 3 people advance to the next round to determine the champion. The final round for the championship will be held in groups, from lowest to highest. The first group was competing in the chi refining stage, which Song Nansure didn't pay much attention to at all. The second group is the foundation building stage. In the first match of the second group, the diviner Song Nansure faced off against the swordsman Yu Jiujiu. When the 2 fellow disciples went on stage, Yu Jiujiu, who was known as a sword cultivator this time, didn't even bring her sword. She's not pretending anymore. She's laying it all out. She just finds it more comfortable to use her fists than her sword. Song Nansure had witnessed how this junior sister evolved from pretending to use a sword in matches to pretending to swing a sword at people, and finally directly evolved into One Punch Man. It's true. One Punch Man. Song Nansure watched her junior sister punch the person repeatedly, and she felt the pain herself. This time, she was preparing to be on high alert, but when she went on stage, Yu Jiujiu said with difficulty, "Senior sister, please go easy on me later." Song Nansure declared righteously, "With such strength from my junior sister, I, as her senior sister, must also give it my all." Yu Jiujiu was almost in tears. "No, I definitely don't have that much strength if I fight my senior sister." Song Nansure frowned. "Junior sister, are you going to go easy on me?" Yu Jiujiu felt even more like crying. Releasing water. She can't release water now even if she wanted to. She said, "No, it's just, I didn't feel anything this time." Song Nansure was full of questions. Isn't fighting based on skill? What about feeling? Then Yu Jiujiu said in a tearful voice, "I'm too close to my senior sister." Song Nansure was silent for a moment, then suddenly understood. Yu Jiujiu relies on her social anxiety buff to fight. However, Song Nansure was an acquaintance, so she couldn't feel socially anxious. As a result, their combat strength was halved. Song Nansure was speechless. "Oh, this." Yu Jiujiu cried. Thus, Yu Jiujiu narrowly lost this match. Because we're too familiar with each other. When Yu Jiujiu was defeated, a cultivator who had been knocked down by her in the audience immediately became enraged and shouted, "This is cheating. You threw the game. I protest." Yu Jiujiu, who was accused of throwing the game, was very upset after leaving the stage and punched the person who was crying out of the audience. Song Nansure saw that the black rabbit in Yu Jiujiu's arms, who was in a daze, had just poked its head out, but then silently pulled its head back in. Song Nansure was very worried about whether this sweet romance novel could still be sweet. But in the second game, no one questioned whether Song Nansure had been given a hard time. The champion of the second round was Jiang Ming, who was a very tough opponent. He longed for a victory that would prove him even more than Song Nansure. On the arena, Song Nansure could see the burning fighting spirit in his eyes. Sword cultivator, Jiang Ming. The next moment, he raised his sword and attacked. Song Nansure immediately took 2 steps back. Li represents fire. The flames swept in, coiling around the long sword and then enveloping Jiang Ming. However, Jiangming had clearly studied Song Nanshi's tactics and knew the consequences of being entangled by Li Huo. Moreover, he was decisive enough. As the fire crept towards the back of his hand, he decisively released his sword. Song Nanshi's Li fire could not destroy his natal spirit sword. Song Nanshi also abandoned his sword and chased after Jiangming with fire. Jiangming dodged, and in the process, he caught the falling sword. This was the first time that Song Nanshi's Li Huo had been completely evaded. Jiangming's swordsmanship may not be particularly skillful, and may even be inferior to the vast majority of sword cultivators, but his combat ability is definitely superior to 90% of foundation establishment stage cultivators. A hint of admiration flashed in Song Nanshi's eyes. They're really tough to deal with. She fought her way through the foundation establishment stage competition, and this was the most troublesome cultivator she had ever encountered. Little did she know, Jiangming's state of mind was almost exactly the same as hers. They're really tough to deal with. The two continued their back-and-forth battle, a match between foundation establishment stage cultivators that was even more exciting than one between decent soul stage cultivators. But those familiar with the Southern Song dynasty were puzzled. Jiangji couldn't help but ask, "Junior sister, why don't you use Xuanfeng?" Yun Jifeng was silent for a moment, then said, "Perhaps she feels that it's not the right time to use it yet." Indeed, Song Nanshi felt it wasn't the right time to use it yet. During the foundation establishment stage of the competition, she never used the Xuanfeng skill. Before this competition, Song Nanshi had spent the first 17 years of her life in seclusion, hardly ever fighting with people of similar cultivation levels. Therefore, before this competition, she did not have a clear understanding of herself, nor did she have any idea of the strength of the others. Everyone says that fortune tellers are weak. Song Nanshi felt that he was not weak, but he didn't know exactly how strong he was. At that time, her best guess was that she was at least stronger than the average foundation establishment cultivator. It seems she was still too conservative. She was stronger than a foundation establishment cultivator. Song Nanshi didn't know if it was because of her natal chart or the old master's vague statement that your meridians and dantian are wider than others. So she wanted to see how far she could go in the foundation establishment group without using the Sun Wind and just acting like an ordinary diviner. So this match lasted for a full incense stick and a half. In the end, Song Nanshi completely exhausted Jiangming's spiritual power. She didn't rush to make a move, but waited for Jiangming to take action. Jiangming did not draw his sword again. He stared at Song Nanshi for a long while, then said without warning, "I lost." Jiangming conceded defeat in the foundation building group. The referee's calm voice rang out. Foundation building group, champion, Song Nanshi. After a moment of silence, the audience erupted in a frenzy, like boiling oil. Amidst the uproar, Song Nanshi smiled slightly and said, "You flatter me. There are other group competitions coming up, and after all the champions are decided, there will be a free-for-all championship battle where everyone challenges each other. That's the main event, so Song Nanshi decided to start preparing for it first." However, just as she was about to go down, she heard Jiangming say, "You haven't used your full strength yet, have you?" Song Nanshi listened for a moment and said, "Yes." Jiangming asked, puzzled, "So what's your trump card?" Song Nanshi smiled and said, "You'll see." Jiangming understood. "You want to challenge the Golden Core stage." Song Nanshi said nothing and jumped off the stage. Then came the finals of the Golden Core stage, with the first match being Jiangji vs Yi Lihou. So, as soon as Song Nanshi went downstairs, before she could even greet him with cheers, Jiangji mysteriously pulled her aside and said, "Junior sister, can I ask you for a favor?" Song Nansure asked, puzzled. What? Jiangji lowered his voice. When your senior brother is competing, shout that sentence onto the stage. Song Nansure was even more confused. What did you say? Jiangji winked at her. That line. Song Nansure was bewildered for a moment, and then suddenly found himself in line with Jiangji's thought process. She remained silent for a long time, then said with a strange expression, You mean, that sentence? Jiangji nodded vigorously. Yes. That's the line. Song Nansure remained silent again. Have you thought it through? Jiangji, I've made up my mind. Song Nansure took a deep breath. Okay. She risked her life to accompany him. So, as Jiangji went on stage, Song Nansure suddenly shouted, Senior brother. Fortune changes every 30 years. Don't underestimate a young man's potential. She buffed her senior brother. But today's buff seems a bit off. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiangji and Yi Liho both looked over, their expressions identically fervent and excited, their faces practically screaming, I'm going to die. It's on fire. Then they started fighting fiercely, as if they were about to kill someone. Song Nansure. What's it to you, Yi Liho? Why are you getting so worked up? Song Nansure was bewildered for a moment, then suddenly realized what was happening. The eldest brother heard the saying, Don't underestimate a young man's potential. What Yi Liho heard was poverty. Song Nansure. Will someone get killed today? It seems like she gave both of them a group buff with just one sentence. Upon realizing this, Song Nansure felt a throbbing pain in his forehead. Those two bastards were like they'd been injected with chicken blood, fighting like their lives depended on it as if they were going to wipe out the entire Wuyang sect today. Song Nansure wondered if he should contact his second senior sister's crematorium in Taiwan and have these two pieces of hazardous waste disposed of humanely. Moreover, thanks to her earlier loud remark, Don't underestimate a young man's potential, all eyes were now fixed on her. Song Nansure appears noble and aloof on the surface, but she almost dug out another Wuyang sect with her toes. She underestimated Long Aotian, really. With that kind of swagger that allows him to spout cringeworthy lines in public, he deserves to be called Long Aotian. Anyone else in Song Nansure's shoes would be furious with him. She even heard people whispering behind her. What was that fortune teller saying just now? He sounded really powerful, and the two people on stage started fighting so fiercely all of a sudden. It sounds like something about how the world changes and how poor young people are. It's an encouraging saying. Look at them now. How well they're playing. I looked bewildered. Huh? Then why shout it out in public? It's not that what you said was bad, it's just a little. He didn't know how to describe this strange feeling that was both exciting and awkward, and fell silent. If it weren't for the inconvenience of time and place, Song Nansure would have loved to teach him. This strange feeling is called chunibu, a Japanese term for someone who is overly educated and immature. Song Nansure couldn't bring himself to say it. After a moment of silence, Brother Yi suddenly said, It's not surprising that fortune tellers have some strange hobbies. We should be tolerant and not discriminate against other people's hobbies. Brother A, I understand. Song Nansure. Are you all crazy? She became even more embarrassed and couldn't stop grinding her toes on the ground. Then she heard Yoon Ji-feng, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly say calmly, Song Nansure. Song Nansure looked up instantly, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. Yoon Ji-feng. He calmly said, Lift your foot first. Song Nansure. She looked down, puzzled. Then he saw his own foot grinding against Yoon Ji-feng's instep, spinning and circling. Song Nansure. She silently withdrew her foot, wishing there wasn't a crack in the ground she could crawl into. She asked curtly, "Does it hurt?" Yoon Jifeng assessed the injury and said, "It's probably just a minor bone fracture, nothing serious." A bone fracture, a minor injury. Song Nansho silently lowered his head and buried his face in his hands. But at this very moment, the two bastards fighting on stage still couldn't read the room. The two of them nearly collapsed the arena, yet Jiang Ji still managed to squeeze in a desperate shout to Song Nansho, junior sister. "One more line." Not to be outdone, Yi Li's Ho also shouted, "Yes. Say that again." The two said in unison, "I'm counting on you." They simply used her as a tool to farm buffs. Song Nansho. Are you all sick? Are you all insane? Song Nansho couldn't help but roar, "Get out!" The two people fighting to the death on stage actually trembled simultaneously. Then they turned around in tacit agreement and the fight intensified instantly. This is a clash between the power of a dragon soaring high and the power of a pauper. Song Nansho was amazed by what he saw. What amazed her even more was that she originally thought that with Long Aotian's cheat-like strength of being able to kill a nascent soul cultivator, while only at the foundation establishment stage, Yi Li Ho might not be his match. However, under the stimulation of the terrifying word pour, Yi Li Ho, just like Long Aotian when he first encountered the cheat code of Chunibu quotes, directly activated his cheat code and fought Jiang Ji to a standstill for a time. So what we're seeing now isn't two golden core cultivators fighting, but two overpowered characters fighting. If Yi Li's Ho hadn't been so utterly poor, Song Nansho would have almost thought he was the second Long Aotian from some novel she didn't know. But Song Nansho stroked his chin, his expression gradually becoming thoughtful. Because Jiang Ji's feat of killing a nascent soul cultivator after reaching foundation establishment was so terrifying, she always liked to say that Jiang Ji was cheating. But she knew better than anyone that the cultivation world was the cultivation world. If you could beat someone, you could beat them. If you couldn't, you couldn't. It couldn't be explained away with a simple cheating explanation. The eldest brother is a typical useless character with 5 spiritual roots, as seen in old-school overpowered protagonist novels. In the novel, a seemingly useless person with 5 spiritual roots rises to power through a series of unexpected events, which is quite satisfying. But in the real world of cultivation, out of 10 people with 5 spiritual roots who are considered useless, that's how they'll be for the rest of their lives. But Jiang Ji started from scratch with the 5 spiritual roots. If someone with 5 spiritual roots wants to reach the same level as others, they need to put in 5 times more effort. However, when he gains momentum, the 5 times the effort he put in will become 5 times his own capital. The so-called cheating is based on one's own strength. If you don't even have basic skills, what kind of cheat code are you using? So, where does Yi Li's ability to go toe-to-toe with Long Aotian come from? Their battle had clearly transcended the Golden Core stage. How could a rogue cultivator who only practices his family's traditional sword techniques have such abundant resources? Song Nansho suddenly became curious about Yi Li Ho. As she was deep in thought, Old Man Lu suddenly appeared beside her without her noticing. Then he suddenly said, "Jiang Ji is probably going to suffer a setback this time." Song Nansho was startled and almost jumped up. She then coughed, trying to remain calm, and pretended not to have heard anything. Old Man Lu was almost laughing in anger. "We both know the truth. Why are you pretending?" Song Nansho remained silent. She thought, even though she knew perfectly well what was going on, she was determined to weld this thin layer of paper into bulletproof glass. She really didn't want to end up like Jiang Ji, with people nagging in his ear wherever he went, and him talking to himself all the time, like a lunatic. But he said, "Is the eldest brother going to stumble?" Seeing her watching from the platform, Old Man Lu continued, "This sword cultivator's technique is truly domineering. I've never seen such a domineering technique in my entire life. I just find it strange that Yi Liho could still live to be this old by practicing such a domineering technique." Song Nanshe was startled. She heard him say that the technique was domineering, and she originally thought it was just an ordinary, relatively powerful technique. But from what Old Man Lu said, this technique was so domineering that it would shorten one's lifespan. But Yi Liho is clearly as strong as an ox. At this moment, Old Man Lu shook his head and said, "Your senior brother is doomed to lose this time. This kind of skill is something that people fight with their lives on the line. How can you compete with them?" No sooner had Old Man Lu finished speaking than the sword in Jiangji's hand was knocked away. Yi Liho laughed loudly. "Brother Jiang, you've lost." His boldness and unrestrained spirit were like the knife in his hand. Jiangji wasn't annoyed. He shrugged and said, "I lost. I concede defeat." Yi Liho retorted seriously, "What do you mean by admitting defeat? I'm so many years older than you. If you were my age, your cultivation would definitely be much higher than mine. Then we can have another match." Jiangji smiled. "Okay." Old Man Lu shook his head beside Song Nanshe. "At this rate of practice, we don't even know if Jiangji will still be alive when he reaches his age. That doesn't make sense either. How can he live this long practicing such a technique? It doesn't make sense, tsk. Song Nanshe looked at Yi Liho and slowly frowned. By this time, Jiangji had already come down. He walked up to Song Nanshe. Song Nanshe was about to ask him if he felt anything was wrong when he fought with Yi Liho, but then he saw him looking at Song Nanshe, hesitant to speak. Song Nanshe immediately became alert. "What?" Jiangji then lowered his voice and whispered, "Junior sister, next time you say that, could you please use a different phrase?" Song Nanshe. She was wrong. With Jiangji's stupid brain, it's uncertain whether he'll even live to be as old as Yi Liho. She remained expressionless. "Which sentence do you want me to say?" Jiangji said shyly, "The sentence that doesn't mention poverty." Song Nanshe sneered, "Get lost." Yi Liho defeated Jiangji. After a 15-minute break, Yi Liho will face Zhu Xiu next. During this time, Song Nanshe kept subtly observing Yi Liho, who was sitting on the edge of the arena with a big, imposing figure. He doesn't look like he's about to die at all. Song Nanshe even secretly cast a divination for him. Then she calculated a destiny that was unique to her, the only one she had ever seen in her life. Song Nanshe stared at Yi Liho with a worried expression, and Yun Jifeng couldn't help but frown. Why is she staring at Yi Liho? Do you think he won beautifully? However, Yun Jifeng clearly distinguished himself and won every game beautifully. Yun Jifeng wanted to say something, but after a moment of silence, he shut his mouth. Whom she chooses to look at is none of his business. He just didn't know why, but this realization made him feel extremely uncomfortable. While the two were preoccupied with their own thoughts, the second round began. Zhu Xiu got up and walked towards the arena. When she reached Song Nanshe's side, she suddenly paused and looked at Song Nanshe. Song Nanshe suddenly had a very bad feeling. Then Zhu Xiu lowered her voice and said very embarrassedly, "Junior sister, when I go on stage, could you also do that, you know, that?" Song Nanshe. She said expressionlessly, "No way. Absolutely not. Don't even think about it." Zhu Xiu felt an extraordinary regret. And then, as expected, she lost. Yi Liho, champion of the Golden Core stage. In Song Nansher's view, this was perfectly normal, and the two defeated parties felt the same way. But outsiders don't see it that way. I don't know when it started, but an extremely outrageous rumor began to circulate in the audience, saying that the fortune teller Song Nansher might have some ability to make prophetic pronouncements, and whatever he said could come true. Otherwise, how could the first match have been so intense? If you don't believe me, just watch. In the second match, Song Nansher didn't say anything, and the game went much faster. This Song Nansher must have something on him. Many people believed it. So when it came to the afternoon's nascent soul stage, Song Nansher saw a nascent soul cultivator, who was advancing from the third to the first stage, approach her mysteriously and say in a low voice, "Master Song." Upon hearing the word master, Song Nansher immediately sensed something was wrong. Then she heard the monk whisper, as if he wanted to make some unspeakable deal with her, "Master, could you also give me that, you know, that?" He hinted. Old man Lo, ha 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 ha. Song Nansher. She snapped, "I don't know this. I don't know that. I'm a fortune teller, not a charlatan." The man asked in confusion, "Is there a difference?" Song Nansher. She said expressionlessly, "We don't offer that service, thank you." The person left regretfully. Then there was the second person, who wanted her to have that with him. In the end, even the elder referee came over and asked her if she knew how to do that. Song Nansher completely lost his temper. "Which one is it?" Elder referee, "You mean the one where you can greatly increase the opponent's fighting power with just one sentence. Everyone says you can do it, so I'm asking if it's true. It really affects the fairness of the competition." Song Nansher replied expressionlessly, "No. I don't understand. I don't know." The elder referee left with great regret. Song Nansher had no idea what he was lamenting about. Thus, the final of the nascent soul group ended with Song Nansher's mind filled with that and this. Song Nansher did not participate in the competition, but she was exhausted both physically and mentally. Then comes the last group, the final round of the nascent soul stage. Yoon Ji-fan got up and went on stage. When he walked up to Song Nansher, he suddenly paused. He opened his mouth, "Song Nansher." Song Nansher, who had almost developed PTSD from his own name today, looked wary upon hearing this and said directly, "No. No. Go away." A smile flashed in Yoon Ji-fan's eyes. Then he said slowly, "I just wanted to say, move aside, you're blocking my way." Song Nansher. She moved away expressionlessly. "You did that on purpose." Yoon Ji-fan, "You're really smart." Song Nansher wanted to kick him onto the ring. Yoon Ji-fan walked over, then suddenly turned back. "Oh, right." Song Nansher snapped, "What else?" Yoon Ji-fan laughed and said, "I don't want you to do that for me, but as a friend, it's not too much to ask for a blessing, is it?" Song Nansher paused, then muttered, "You're definitely going to win. It doesn't matter whether I bless you or not." Yoon Ji-fan smiled with satisfaction. "I'll take that as your blessing." He stepped onto the stage. After complaining, Song Nansher racked his brains to come up with a blessing, but it got stuck in his throat. She couldn't help but think, "Am I really that heartless? I can't even give you a blessing." However, in this match, Yoon Ji-fan won without any suspense, just as Song Nansher had predicted. Thus, the 5 champions have been determined. But this is not the final championship. The grand finale will be tomorrow. Among Song Nansher's group, 3 became champions. But as usual, they left the competition together in silence, and parted ways at the foot of Lane's Peak. But this time, Yoon Ji-fan suddenly said, Song Nansure, come here for a moment. Everyone immediately looked over. Song Nansure pointed to himself. Me? Yoon Ji-fan nodded. I have something to say to you privately. Before Song Nansure could speak, Jiangji blurted out instinctively. Can't we see things together, MMM? Zhu Xiu stuffed a handful of dry rations into his mouth and said, Senior brother is hungry. I'll take him to eat first. Then they were taken away together with Yu Jiujiu. Yilis Ho was still watching with a smile when Yoon Ji-fan gave him a blank look. Yilis Ho, I'm leaving. Finally, only the two of them remained. Yoon Ji-fan couldn't help but think that it was really not easy to have a private conversation with her. Night had already fallen, and Song Nansure, still confused about what had happened, asked in bewilderment, What do you want with me? Yoon Ji-fan then said, You gave me your blessings today, and I won the championship, so I've come to return the favor. Song Nansure, this can also be considered a blessing. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a golden necklace was hung around her neck. Yoon Ji-fan placed his hands on her shoulders and said softly, Song Nansure, congratulations on winning the championship. You deserve it. Song Nansure subconsciously looked down and saw the cat's eye stone on the necklace. It's so round, it really looks like a cat's eye. She suddenly felt at a loss, unsure whether it was because of the gift or the blessing. Then she did something stupid. She subconsciously lifted the necklace, put it to her lips, and bit it. He even asked cautiously, Is this pure gold? Yoon Ji-fan. Song Nansure. She silently lowered her hand, finally realizing that she seemed incredibly stupid. A subtle atmosphere suddenly vanished with a poof. Yoon Ji-fan seemed bewildered as well. Just as Song Nansure was so embarrassed that he wished he could bury himself, he heard Yoon Ji-fan laugh. Ha 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 ha! He laughed so hard he almost couldn't stand up straight. Song Nansure felt like laughing too, both annoyed and amused. Then all the others could see was two people grinning foolishly at the foot of the lush, green mountain. After laughing for a while, Song Nansure said irritably, All right, did you give me a gift just to make fun of me? Yoon Ji-fan finally stopped laughing, coughed, and said, How could that be? He paused, then said in a low voice, I wish you a successful start. Looking at Yoon Ji-fan, Song Nansure finally said what he hadn't had a chance to say during the day. She said, May you always be victorious. Bam bam bam. Yoon Ji-fan could hear the sound of his own heartbeat. When Song Nan returned to his cave, he had a golden necklace around his neck. A lingering smile graced her face. It was unclear whether she was happy to have received a pure gold necklace or the first gift of her life. Aside from the chewing grass that the eldest brother used to trap them all in the illusion in the secret realm, this was her first truly meaningful gift. Then she suddenly heard a voice. Look at your junior sister, she's practically grinning from ear to ear. Song Nansure. There are some people who are disliked by everyone, and there's a reason for that. Song Nansure raised his head expressionlessly. Then she met 3 pairs of wide-eyed stares, plus an old man named Lu who was spouting a nasty insult. Jiangji and his 2 companions hid behind a tree in their cave like thieves, peeking out cautiously. Song Nansure took a deep breath and said expressionlessly, Senior brother, didn't you say you were hungry and wanted to go eat? This isn't the cafeteria. Jiangji subconsciously said, I didn't say I was hungry. It was my second junior sister. Before he could finish speaking, Zhu Xiu kicked him out from behind the tree, then walked out herself and casually changed the subject, saying, Junior sister, you're back so quickly. Song Nansure was puzzled. It's just a conversation. How long can it last? She joked. Do you mean we can drink and sing together and sleep side by side? As soon as he finished speaking, second senior sister's eyes widened, and she was almost ready to nod in agreement. Song Nansher. Is there something wrong with my senior sister? Ju Xiu realized she had lost her composure, coughed, and her gaze fell on Song Nansher's neck, saying meaningfully, Junior sister, you in Luo. Song Nansher immediately puffed out his chest, his expression a mixture of pleasure and pride. Yun Jifeng gave this to me. Isn't it beautiful? Ju Xiu immediately gasped. He gave this to you. Why would he give you this? Song Nansher was even more smug. Congratulations on winning the championship. Ju Xiu. She was silent for a moment, then asked, puzzled, you believe it? Song Nansher was also puzzled upon hearing this. Huh? How could I not believe him? He's not lying to me, is he? What am I being fooled by giving him a pure gold necklace? He can't possibly be trying to steal my money. Ju Xiu. That makes so much sense. She was almost convinced. But she wasn't giving up. Then why are you laughing so happily? Song Nansher. How could I not be happy to receive a gift? This is pure gold. There was a faint tooth mark on the necklace, left by Song Nansher. Ju Xiu fell silent again. The female protagonist of the crematorium, who has never lacked money, doesn't quite understand Song Nansher's point of view. What's wrong with pure gold? Besides being more expensive, what other meaning does pure gold have? Wasn't Thu's sister smiling so happily because they had confessed their feelings for each other? The two stared at each other, completely baffled by each other. After a moment of silence, Ju Xiu could only weakly ask, since it's to congratulate you on winning the championship, why didn't he give gifts to senior brother and brother Yi, who were also champions? Oh, that's true. Song Nansher realized what was happening. Seeing this, Ju Xiu's eyes lit up with anticipation, hoping that Song Nansher would suddenly realize his love for her. Then Song Nansher pondered for a moment. She immediately realized what was going on. Song Nansher clenched his right fist and tapped it against his left palm, his voice certain. So, he really did only buy one gift because he didn't have enough money. No wonder he specifically called me away, all mysterious. He was afraid you'd overthink it. Song Nansher understood. Ju Xiu. Song Nansher added with a troubled expression, Senior brother, Yun Jifeng is so poor. It's not easy for him. He probably bought me this gift separately because we're closer. Please don't mind, and be understanding. Jiangji, still not quite understanding. Huh? Oh. Seeing that he had covered for Yun Jifeng, Song Nansher breathed a sigh of relief and said, then I'll go back and rest first. You should also go back early, as there's the final match tomorrow. She turned and walked away without any hesitation. The senior students were left standing there staring at each other in bewilderment. To be precise, it was a one-sided stare from Ju Xiu. She was puzzled. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. The evidence is so obvious. Yu Jiujiu was so sleepy that she was about to doze off while hugging the rabbit. Jiangji looked at her for a moment and said weakly, I think what Thu's junior sister said makes a lot of sense. Yu Xiu, huh? Jiangji explained clearly. Yun Jifeng must have called his Thu's junior sister away to deliver the gift because he was broke, so as not to make us feel awkward or himself feel awkward. No wonder he was being so secretive. He was convinced by Song Nansher's logic. He added earnestly, Second junior sister, I know you're worried about Thu's junior sister, but Thu's junior sister is growing up and needs her own space too. It's just making friends, don't overthink it. Ju Xiu. Is she overthinking things and afraid her junior will start dating? She's actually hoping they'll let her date soon. It's driving her crazy. But Jiangji had already left, yawning, and also took away his junior sister, who was so sleepy she could barely keep her eyes open, leaving her alone standing there by herself. She glanced in the direction the two had gone, then looked at Song Nanshi's cave. At that moment, a sense of loneliness, which no one understood, suddenly rose within her. Can't you all see? He's spending money on her. He loves her so much. For the first time, she experienced the pain of being reborn and having no one to gossip about with. Song Nanshi, I hate that you're such a blockhead. It wasn't until the next day, after Song Nanshi woke up and the initial joy of receiving a gift for the first time faded, that she realized what her second senior sister had wanted to see the night before. She hugged the blanket and stared blankly for a while. She couldn't be. Could it be? Song Nanshi's expression turned strange, and he couldn't help but think along the lines of his second senior sister's hint from last night. Yoon Jifeng gave her a necklace. Yoon Jifeng only gave it to her. Yoon Jifeng even spoke to her alone. Do they look alike? They look incredibly alike. But it was precisely because it resembled something that she found it even more outrageous. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't matter, but these two protagonists are Yoon Jifeng and herself. Yoon Jifeng clearly still had a lot of unresolved troubles, while she herself. She felt that besides being extremely poor, she couldn't find anything special about herself. So Song Nanshi had just cleverly noticed a hint of trouble, but his own rationality slapped him right in the face. One of the 3 great illusions in life is thinking that she likes me. I should just wash up and go to bed. Oh, I've already slept, so it's time to get up now. Another ordinary, unremarkable day for just another passerby. When Song Nanshi got up, Yoon Jifeng in Xianyuan at the foot of the mountain also woke up. As soon as he woke up, he saw Yi Liho looking at him with dark circles under his eyes and a resentful expression. Yoon Jifeng was so startled that he almost swung his sword. Upon seeing it was him, he took a deep breath and said coldly, Yi Liho, are you sick? Yi Liho said quietly, that's exactly what I was going to ask you. Yoon Jifeng? Then he heard Yi Liho's voice, barely concealing its resentment, as she said like a wronged woman, yesterday, as soon as you got back, you kept laughing. That's fine, winning the championship is great, I understand. But what's with laughing in your sleep? Do you know how I felt when I woke up in the middle of the night and heard someone chuckling? I almost thought you were possessed by a demon and had to exorcise it for you. Yoon Jifeng. He took a deep breath. I laughed in my sleep. Yi Liho said quietly, you're still smiling quite happily. Yoon Jifeng. He said expressionlessly, if you don't want to hear me laugh, you can rent your own room. Don't sleep on the floor in my room. Yi Liho pondered for a moment. Then he said, then you can keep laughing, I don't mind. He got up and stretched, then casually said, I said you're laughing, but why are you still calling Song Nanshi's name? Did you two fight yesterday? That doesn't mean you have to call her name in your dreams. Yoon Jifeng, who was getting up, suddenly stopped. He remained outwardly calm, but inwardly felt guilty. My name is Song Nanshi. What did I say? Yi Liho was puzzled. What else can we say? Just call out names, laughing as you do so. It sounds pretty scary. As he said this, Yoon Jifeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he didn't say anything else. No, he couldn't say anything else. He just dreamed about her, but... Yoon Jifeng coughed and stopped thinking about it. Seeing that Yi Liho was still complaining, he said coldly, "Are you still going to the competition or not?" Yi Liho shut his mouth. "Go away." The two met on the field. Song Nanshe and his group arrived first. Second senior sister was still questioning her life, while Song Nanshe and Jiangji counted how many big shots had come to the judges' table today. Yoon Jifeng immediately noticed the necklace around Song Nanshe's neck. His mood inexplicably improved. But Yi Liho was clearly in a better mood. Before he could say anything, Yi Liho couldn't wait to go over and start complaining to Song Nanshe and the others about how Yoon Jifeng had been talking in his sleep all night, keeping everyone up all night. Yoon Jifeng sensed something was wrong and immediately went over to try and stop them. Then Yi Liho said casually, "Song Nanshe, by the way, Yoon Jifeng was calling out last night." "Yi Liho!" Yoon Jifeng shouted, interrupting him. Yi Liho and Song Nanshe, who were listening to him, turned around at the same time. "Yi Liho, what?" "Yoon Jifeng, it's all right. The competition is about to start. You should get ready first." Yi Liho retorted, "Then why are you yelling?" Song Nanshe couldn't help but nod. "Yeah, why are you yelling so loudly?" Yoon Jifeng has unspeakable suffering. He decided that even if he had to pay for it himself, he couldn't let Yi Liho stay at his house any longer. "Forget it, let's just send him back to sleep under the bridge." Fortunately, Yi Liho didn't have a chance to say anything more. The old man, who had appeared not far from them at some point, said, "Song Nanshe." Song Nanshe looked over and his eyes lit up immediately. "Old Master Shi." She skipped over there. Yoon Jifeng couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. She noticed I didn't seem very happy. These words came out unconsciously. Then he heard Ju Xiu sneer from the side. Yoon Jifeng looked over and met a pair of dark blue eyes. She said quietly, "Yoon Jifeng, if you're so capable, then go for it." "Yoon Jifeng?" On the other side, when the old man saw Song Nanshe running over, a smile involuntarily appeared on the corner of his mouth, but it quickly disappeared. He glanced at her and said, "Inluo is not bad." Song Nanshe chuckled. Old Master Shi doesn't know who gave Inluo to him, otherwise he wouldn't have said that. He only asked, "Are you going to challenge the Golden Core stage today?" Song Nanshe gave him a thumbs up. "You understand me best, Master." The old master kept a straight face. "Stop being so frivolous. That guy surnamed Yi in the Golden Core stage has a rather special cultivation method. Do you know that?" Song Nanshe was silent for a moment, then said, "I know a little bit." "Old Master Shi, do you know you still have a challenge to face?" Song Nanshe nodded. "Yes, I will." The old man bluntly said, "You can't beat him." Song Nanshe laughed. "How will you know if you don't try?" The old man looked at her for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Are you a diviner or a practitioner of magic?" Song Nanshe was stunned for a moment. "Huh? Of course, a fortune teller. Don't you know what you taught me?" The old man then said sarcastically, "It's precisely because of what I taught you that I don't understand why a divination master like you would use yourself as a magic practitioner. Look at your fire. How is it any different from the magic practitioner who specializes in fire-based spells?" Song Nanshe paused, looking somewhat bewildered. "You mean?" The old man simply said, "I'm just telling you that you're a diviner. What makes you better than others is never your skill in using fire or wind, but rather your ability to interpret the hexagrams." "A hexagram?" Song Nanshe paused, his expression thoughtful. The old man waved his hand and said, "Think it over carefully. Whether you can win or not depends on whether you can figure it out." After saying that, He left without looking back, not even giving Song Nansha a chance to stop him. Song Nansha's face fell. Why are you adopting this superstitious and mystical style? But at that moment, the referee's call for the champion to take his place rang out. The championship challenge has begun. The champion challenge is a challenge from a lower level to a higher level. The cultivator at the chi refining stage was one level below Song Nansha, but he was clearly self-aware. He glanced at the powerful figures ahead of him and refused without hesitation. Then came the Southern Song dynasty. Song Nansha hadn't figured out what the old man meant by those words, but she only had this one chance, so she didn't have time to think about it. She immediately asked for the challenge. Thus, in the first championship challenge, Song Nansha, a foundation establishment stage cultivator, faced off against Yi Li-ho, a golden core stage cultivator. The others had no choice but to step down temporarily, leaving the ring to them. As Yoon Ji-fan stepped down from the stage, he couldn't help but turn his head and take a look. Then, he saw Song Nan carefully taking off the necklace and putting it into his storage ring before looking up at his opponent. Yoon Ji-fan couldn't help but smile. He inexplicably felt that Song Nansha might not necessarily lose. Song Nansha thought so too. She might not necessarily lose. She hadn't quite figured out what the old master meant, but she had one more trump card. Soon Wind. Throughout the competition, she has never used Xunfen. Perhaps Jiang Ji and the others know of Xunfen's existence, but this time the champion of the Golden Core stage is Yi Li-ho. If she can use this trump card, which he has never seen before, well, she might be able to give it a shot. That was what she thought before the match started, but when Yi Liu's long sword came down, she finally understood the immense pressure Yi Liu's opponents were facing. Overbearing, domineering, so domineering that it makes people feel suffocated. On the very first strike, Song Nansha nearly failed to dodge. In a moment of crisis, he immediately conjured a fire dragon to slow down Yi Liu's blade, allowing him to hastily escape from its grasp. She had already used her fastest reaction time, but Yi Li-ho seemed to just casually wave his hand, laughed, and said with ease, again. Song Nansha couldn't help but start to doubt whether he could really turn the tide. But reality didn't allow her to think too much. She was the type of person who wouldn't turn back until she hit a brick wall, so she gritted her teeth and said, "Come on." Before she could finish speaking, another step struck. This time Song Nansha was on guard, but he was still caught off guard and rolled away from the blade, almost touching the ground. One slash after another, the wind from the blades seemed to weave an impenetrable net. Song Nansha was already exhausted from struggling within the net, let alone being able to fight back. She didn't have time to organize an effective counterattack. Song Nansha knew perfectly well that if things continued like this and she missed another opportunity, she would be completely worn down by others this time. The gust of wind was originally a move she intended to use to catch people off guard, but this time, in order to break free from the wind of blaze, she had no choice but to reveal her trump card early on. The wind is soon. A sudden gust of wind arose, enveloping the blade, and Song Nansha seized the opportunity to break free from the impenetrable wind of blaze. She used the second divination method, which caused an uproar among those in the audience who knew anything about divination. Yi Li-ho, however, was only surprised and said, "You can actually manipulate the Sun wind. That's amazing." He kept saying how impressive it was, but his expression became even more excited. The blade slashed down. Song Nansha soon discovered that she had extricated herself from one predicament, only to quickly fall into another. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. If she can't break the deadlock, is she really going to just give up and fail like this? No, Think about how much spirit stones a golden core cultivator earns. Think about what Master Shi said. Hexagram, hexagram. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer she became. The blade sliced off a section of her hair, but her features became even clearer. The old man said she was a fortune-teller. Diviner. Song Nanshu suddenly opened his eyes wide. At this moment, the clouds parted and the moon was revealed. That's right. She's a fortune-teller. Why isn't she using her strength to get entangled in some kind of magic with this person? What are the advantages of a fortune-teller? Ignoring the blade that was being swung at him, Song Nanshu smeared the blood from the wound on his arm and touched it directly to his forehead. The birth chart shone with a different light. The world before Song Nanshu's eyes suddenly changed. She activated her third eye directly during the battle. Talented diviners can open their third eye, but they rarely use it in battle. The world within the heavenly eye is different from the real world. Without the ability to merge the two under the tension of battle, the heavenly eye becomes a burden. In the world of the Southern Song dynasty, the left eye sees the normal world, while the right eye sees the bizarre and fantastical world seen through the third eye. But Song Nanshu remained unfazed. Reality and illusion intertwined as she ignored the blades before her and found an opening amidst the myriad of sword shadows. To escape. But she still didn't stop. What else can a fortune-teller do? What are the advantages of a fortune-teller? Calculate good and bad fortune, good and evil, and the future. Then why can't it be calculated during combat? Song Nanshu's horoscope lit up with a different light, and she made a divination gesture right in the middle of the battle. The audience was stunned. Is she planning to admit defeat? Once the divination is finished, you're gone, aren't you? But then they discovered that after just one gesture, the horoscope kept lighting up, and Song Nanshu seemed to have suddenly gained mind-reading abilities, dodging Yi Liu's knife every second before he could strike. It was as if, with each flash of the horoscope, she had cast a divination. Therefore, one can see the actions of the person opposite without reservation. Yi Liu quickly realized this as well. Song Nanshu was the one who was suppressed at first, but now he feels like he has become the one who was suppressed. Song Nanshu did not directly suppress his strength, but every time he missed a strike and saw Song Nanshu's insightful eyes before each strike, he felt powerless, as if he were punching cotton. She was predicting his every move. No, it's not a prediction. It is divination. How could anyone perform divination so frequently during a battle? Moreover, Song Nanshu did not make a move. She simply dodged. It seems he still has the advantage. But he noticed that the incense stick had already burned halfway down. He's been dragged on for so long. Just as he was thinking this, he saw Song Nanshu suddenly make his move. Li represents fire. Sun represents wind. Li Hu blocked his next strike. Xunfeng appeared behind him without warning, and when he turned around with his hand behind his back, it rushed straight towards his chest. Yi Liu changed his move again, but as soon as he changed his move, he felt a stinging pain on the back of his hand. His knife slipped from his hand. Clang! He was stunned on the spot. Song Nanshu forced him to change his moves twice, and then took his knife when he was least able to exert his strength. He was not knocked off the stage, but he no longer had a knife. On a real battlefield, what's the difference between a person without a sword and someone who has lost? As expected, Song Nanshu did not press his advantage. Perhaps due to frequent divination, her face was pale, but she smiled and said, "You lost." Yi Liu was stunned for a moment, then said with relief, "I lost." As if Song Nansha had been waiting for this sentence, upon hearing it, he closed his eyes and collapsed on the spot. But instead of crashing to the ground, she fell into a warm, fragrant embrace. It doesn't seem to be Yi Li-ho. But she didn't have time to think any further, and could only struggle to grab the man's clothes, saying, "I'm fine, very fine, don't call an ambulance, no, don't call a medic." Yoon Ji-fan laughed in anger, "Shut up." Beside him, Jeong-ji muttered, "What kind of cheat is this? Phil's junior sister is the real cheater, divination." Song Nansha was certain that he was in good condition, except for feeling a little weak. She was only dizzy for a short while. Before Yoon Ji-fan could carry her off the stage, she woke up again, still dazed. "It's a bit difficult to even speak. But I really am very good, and I'll say it again. I'm absolutely not saying this to save money on calling a medic." Song Nansha reiterated this point. It would be more believable if she hadn't emphasized it. Her emphasis made Yoon Ji-fan, who was carrying her and running wildly toward the medical repair office, laugh in exasperation. He shoved Song Nansha's head into his chest and said bluntly, "Shut up and save your energy. I'll pay for the medical repair, so just behave yourself." Even though Song Nansha was forced to bury his face in his chest and was so weak, he couldn't help but think to himself that Yoon Ji-fan's training was really good. Then she said in a muffled voice, "Please show some respect to your creditors." Even in her condition, she can still be so witty. Yoon Ji-fan is now truly certain that she's in good shape. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked down to see something, when he saw Song Nansha's dark head, buried in his arms, rubbing against his chest. Yoon Ji-fan's muscles tensed, and he asked with a stern face, "What are you doing?" While he was still half asleep, Song Nansha's mind was not clear, and he subconsciously said, "Yoon Ji-fan, you should wear the clothes you bought at Wanjian Mountain. They're not very comfortable." "Yoon Ji-fan? What's so good about that? It can't even fit properly. It's so tight that he can hardly breathe." He had some doubts about whether Song Nansha had damaged his brain. Fortunately, the medical practitioners prepared by the Wuyang sect were waiting outside the arena to deal with all kinds of emergencies. As soon as they saw someone fall on the stage, they hurriedly made preparations. When Yoon Ji-fan ran over carrying the person, several medical practitioners immediately carried a stretcher to take Song Nansha over. The lead healer asked swiftly, "Where is the patient injured?" As Yoon Ji-fan pondered Song Nansha's words, he subconsciously said, "Brain." The healer was stunned, then immediately shocked, exclaiming in disbelief, "Has our boundless sex competition become so brutal? Competition is competition, but which bastard chopped off someone's head?" "Yi Li-ho, the bastard who followed along." He cried out, "I'm innocent." Then he looked at Yoon Ji-fan in disbelief, and said indignantly, "All I did was expose your habit of talking in your sleep. How could someone with such thick eyebrows and big eyes like you falsely accuse someone?" Yoon Ji-fan. He felt a headache. He was wrong. It wasn't Song Nansha who damaged his brain. It was him who damaged his brain. He could only say, "Please, doctor, take a look at her." The doctor glanced at the two of them suspiciously, then looked at Song Nansha. After looking her over, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "There's nothing seriously wrong. She has no internal injuries, just some minor external injuries. Her low spirits are because she's exhausted her spiritual energy. She'll recover on her own. It doesn't matter whether you come or not. Of course, since you're here, I can prescribe some tonics for you." Song Nansha immediately opened his eyes and said, "It will recover on its own. It will recover on its own." Seeing this, Yoon Ji-fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The doctors all said she was fine, and she can still be so lively and energetic, so it seems like there's really nothing seriously wrong with her. He thanked the doctor in a very serious manner. The doctor smiled and said, "It's all right, after all. We're getting paid for this too." Yoon Ji-fan? "This is because I didn't take the medicine." Then the doctor said with a smile, "The consultation fee is 10 spirit stones." Yoon Ji-fan, "Your Wooyoung sect is truly wicked." Song Nansure felt a little guilty listening to this. How about? Before she could finish speaking, he lowered his head and said, "I told you, I'll pay for it for you." The 10 spirit stones appeared directly in the healer's arms. Yoon Ji-fan succinctly stated, "Consultation fee." Song Nansure. In her eyes, he exuded an aura of 100,000 spirit stones over those 10 spirit stones. She admitted that at that moment, she was captivated by his handsomeness. Ju Shio, who had caught up, was also moved upon seeing this. She couldn't help but whisper to Jiangji, "He paid 10 spirit stones for my junior sister. He loved her so much." Jiangji? 10 spirit stones count as love? Is this some kind of rural romance? Isn't it really my second junior sister, who needs to be tested for her intelligence? After paying, Yoon Ji-fan looked down and asked Song Nansure, "Are you going to rest here, or watch the rest of the match from the stands?" "Is there even a choice?" Song Nansure immediately said, "Let's go watch the game." Upon hearing this, Yoon Ji-fan instinctively bent down, wanting to carry her back. Then he met Song Nansure's clear, cold eyes. He paused for a moment, then finally carried her on his back. Song Nansure lay on his back, and for a moment she felt a little regretful. Then he quickly reflected on it. "I am deeply sorry, Venerable One. He's been so loyal, and you're actually lusting after his body. You're despicable." After being read aloud, Song Nansure was calmly led to the audience seats. When spiritual energy is depleted, one becomes weak quickly, but it also recovers quickly. Song Nansure is now sitting up without any problems. The match was paused when Song Nansure suddenly fainted. Now that they've all returned, the referee elder, seeing that everyone is alright, announced that the match would resume. Song Nansure's challenge is over, and next up is Yi Li-ho. Yi Li-ho chose to challenge the nascent soul stage without hesitation. What a joke! He's already lost a match. Song Nansure won the 2,000 spirit stones for the golden core level, and now he can only get 1,000 spirit stones. Doesn't that mean he came for nothing? So he decided to rob the rich to help the poor. The nascent soul stage champion, whom he had robbed of the rich to help the poor, was all forcing a bitter smile when he came on stage. Few challengers succeed in the Wooyoung Sect Grand Competition, so he was confident that his nascent soul stage championship was in the bag this time. Who knew? After watching the match between Song Nansure and Yi Li-ho, he really didn't have the confidence to say it's a sure thing. The nascent soul stage champion was forced to accept the challenge. As they fought, Yoon Ji-fan glanced down at Song Nansure sitting beside him and suddenly asked, "When you were fighting Yi Li-ho, were you using divination to predict his next move?" Song Nansure then said, "That's right, the more I use tricks, the less likely I am to win if we really rely on brute force." Yoon Ji-fan chuckled and said, "You're a fortune teller, he's a sword cultivator. You can't beat him in brute force, but do you think he can beat you in fortune telling? Let's just use our strengths. If he loses, he loses. If he makes up such excuses, I look down on him." Song Nansure couldn't hide his smugness as he smiled. Seeing this, Yoon Ji-fan couldn't help but laugh and asked in a low voice, "His sword strikes are very fast. Can you calculate that quickly in battle?" Song Nansure thought for a moment and said, I certainly can't calculate that quickly, but each hexagram I calculate during the battle is not actually a complete hexagram. She was at her wit's end and knew she would have to step down if she didn't find a solution, so all she could think about were the old man's words. What are the advantages of being a fortune teller? Her advantage, of course, is fortune-telling and prediction. In the heat of battle, she naturally couldn't perform a complete divination to predict her opponent's movements. But if she only needs to predict the other party's actions, does she need such a complete cheat? She doesn't need it. So every time the light on the horoscope flashed, it marked the beginning of a hexagram for her. This hexagram lasted for less than a second before she quickly extinguished it herself. Guided by the hexagram that ended before it even began, she recklessly followed her intuition. Song Nansure had never met any proper diviners other than Master Sure, so he didn't know if other diviners thought in the same way. But she had a vague feeling that it would be terrifying if one day she could intuitively sense her opponent's movements without the guidance of divination during battle. So this is another way to understand a fortune teller. So here's the problem. Song Nansure stroked his chin, lost in thought. This method was taught to her by Master Sure, so he must know it too. But if he also mastered this fighting style, how could he be unknown in the cultivation world? While Song Nansure was deep in thought, Yi Li Ho on the stage had already defeated the champion of the nascent soul stage. The victor is Yi Li Ho. This caused a real uproar among the audience. In previous years, it was rare to see even one champion emerge from the sect competitions and turn the tide against all odds. This year, however, 2 champions have emerged in a row. And perhaps it was these 2 consecutive successful challenges that gave the defeated nascent soul cultivator confidence, because after his defeat, the nascent soul cultivator gritted his teeth and said directly, I want to challenge a deity transformation cultivator. Song Nansure immediately looked at Yoon Jifeng. Yoon Jifeng raised an eyebrow and walked up slowly. Then he made it clear to everyone that turning the tide against all odds is not a matter of chance, nor is it something that just anyone can do. The nascent soul stage cultivator went from taking the stage to being defeated in less than 10 moves. The audience was completely silent. Only Yi Li Ho gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, Awesome. He then looked directly at the referee and asked, Can I challenge again? I want to challenge Yoon Jifeng. Logically, it should be possible. However, challenging a realm above is already extremely difficult. To challenge 2 realms above would be overestimating one's own abilities. At the very least, the Wuyang sect has never had such a precedent. The referees exchanged glances, and the elder referee nodded, saying, All right. Upon hearing this, Yi Li Ho was eager to go on stage. However, before going on stage, he suddenly turned around, as if he had remembered something, and looked down at the audience. Some people thought he was going to regret it at the last minute. Unexpectedly, Yi Li Ho looked at Song Nansure with unusual seriousness, as if inspired by Song Nansure, and said, As long as I'm still alive, don't call for a healer. And if anyone else calls for a healer, you stop them too. You understand me, right? Song Nansure. She doesn't understand. She really doesn't understand. She only challenged a higher realm for money. She would never do it if there was any real danger. But Yi Li Ho is different. This guy is really risking his life. Song Nanshure's gaze involuntarily fell on Yoon Jifeng. Yoon Jifeng's face turned ashen. At this moment, he had an urge to kill this thing right there on the stage. In the end, Yoon Jifeng didn't kill him. He just knocked the nasty thing off the stage as quickly as possible. Thus, the championship challenge officially came to an end. Song Nansho received the reward of 2,000 spirit stones as he wished. Yoon Jifeng managed to keep his reward of 4,000 spirit stones for his nascent soul stage cultivation. Then, right after receiving the award and stepping off the stage, Yoon Jifeng tossed the spirit stone he hadn't even warmed in his hand into Song Nansho's hand. He said, "I'm borrowing your principal of 1,000 spirit stones, plus interest of 1,000 spirit stones." In other words, he worked for Song Nansho this time, and didn't miss out on a single penny. Song Nansho caught it, and his eyes narrowed with laughter. This scene was witnessed by the second senior sister, who was initially delighted, but then filled with grief and indignation. Can't people be a little more honest? Yoon Jifeng handed over his entire salary. And you still dare to say there's nothing between you? Then she met Song Nansho's gaze. Song Nansho paused, then inexplicably understood the meaning in her eyes. Then, she found an opportunity to calmly say behind everyone's back, "Senior sister, don't misunderstand, there's really nothing between us. If there is anything, it's just a simple creditor-debtor relationship." Zhu Xiu, do you think I believe you? When Song Nansho returned, she understood why the sect leader had specifically sought her out. She stood in the shadows of the bushes, staring blankly at the two figures not far away. Her master, who went into seclusion the day after they returned to the sect, and her second senior sister, who stood 2 steps away from her master, respectfully with her hands at her sides. Song Nansho could neither see their expressions nor hear their voices. But after watching for a while, she suddenly leaned against the tree trunk and sighed. She thought that no matter how rebellious she was about her master, no matter how many times she said she would send him to the crematorium, as long as he didn't raise his sword to kill her, she couldn't really do anything rebellious. Because when this man brought her back as an infant, she owed him her life. Whether he never taught her for decades or never raised her for a single day, the fact remains that she owes him her life. She was like that, and so was her senior. Regardless of whether he brought his senior sister back because she resembled his deceased lover, the fact remains that she survived because of him. A life-saving grace, a bond between teacher and student. Such kindness deserves to be revered as a master and respected as a disciple for life. There's nothing wrong with that. But if they are lovers, the one in the lower position will always be the one who suffers. Because of the imbalance. Even the smallest favor or the slightest expression of love from someone in a high position can drive someone accustomed to looking up to them to rush headlong into a flame, disregarding everything else. Just like my senior sister from a past life. In the original story, the senior sister died at the hands of an evil cultivator after losing half of her cultivation for him. He happened to learn of Bai Yueguang's news at that moment and rushed over to check on her. By the time he learned of his senior sister's situation, it was too late to turn back. At that time, he may not have intended to abandon his senior sister, nor did he necessarily still have deep feelings for his white moonlight. Everything seems to boil down to just 2 words. Accident or misunderstanding. In the original novel, some people blame the master, while others blame the white moonlight. But Song Nansho didn't think so. At the time, she only thought that regardless of whether there was this white moonlight or not, and regardless of whether her master went there or not, as long as their statuses were still unequal, then her senior sister's tragedy was already destined. Whether they become a perfect couple or a bitter one depends entirely on the master's decision, and Zhu Xiu has no say in the matter. In the original story, after their rebirth, the unequal status of the two seemed to be reversed, and they began a period of turmoil. But that so-called crematorium was just a case of the senior sister's unrequited love in her previous life becoming the master's unrequited love. However, the senior sister in her previous life never got her wish before she died, while the master in the original story finally got his wish. Sometimes, Song Nansure would even think darkly. Given her senior sister's personality, in the original novel, after her rebirth, she still ended up with her master. Was she really without any resentment whatsoever? How much of her choice was out of love, and how much was out of gratitude? Song Nansure was unaware. She didn't even remember the specific plot details. Song Nansure remained silent for a moment, then turned and left. The sound of the wind carried the voices of the two talking. Master, I've been out of seclusion for 2 days and haven't seen you. Where have you been? Zhu Xiu, disciple, went to watch the sex grand competition. After a moment of silence, the master said without warning, Today, your fiancé's family came to me, saying that you cut off his arm in the secret realm. Zhu Xiu replied respectfully, Yes. Master, why? Zhu Xiu's voice was calm. Because he deceived me. I originally thought that since he wanted to marry me, it must be because of me. Who knew that he admired someone else? I have already shown mercy to such a person who deceives and tricks others into marriage. The master was silent for a moment. I'll cancel the engagement on your behalf. Zhu Xiu's voice remained calm. The marriage was arranged by master, so naturally it is master's decision. Master, what if I don't annul the engagement for you, and still insist that you marry him? Zhu Xiu said, A teacher for a day is a father for life. The orders of parents are respected by teachers, and students naturally cannot break their promises. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Yin Bugui suddenly had an impulse to ask her what would happen if he didn't want to be her master anymore. The moment this thought arose, his heart was boiling like magma, but his body felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. So, that's what he was thinking. Suddenly, he finally understood why he had been suffering so much these past few days, and why he had almost developed inner demons during his seclusion and had to be forcibly dragged out by the sect leader. He no longer wanted to be her master. Zhu Xiu replied, I have studied under you for so many years, master, and thought my skills were advanced and my knowledge profound. But after going to the secret realm with my fellow disciples, I realized how shallow and laughable my previous understanding and thoughts were. The world is vast and the seas are wide. If I want to go further, I cannot be confined to the Wuyang sect. I also want to see the height of the mountains and the depth of the seas, to do more things, and to meet more people, not to be trapped by my own desires or by love. What do you think, master? He closed his eyes briefly, then finally said, Go. Zhu Xiu smiled, then, I wish master's lineage eternal prosperity. Song Nansure went all the way to Xiantong Peak. She had just huffed and puffed her way to the summit when she saw old Master Shi sitting in a recliner, humming a tune and drinking wine, looking quite content. The sunset dyed the old man's white hair golden. Song Nansure couldn't help but laugh. Then his face darkened, and he strode over menacingly, rolling up his sleeves as he said, So, you wicked old man, you were sneaking a drink while I was away. No wonder you didn't come to watch me beat the Golden Core stage champion. Turns out you think I'm less important than wine. The old man panicked for a moment, then retorted confidently, What's the point of watching you fight? You won so easily, didn't you? If you couldn't win, don't say I taught you, I'd be ashamed. Then he muttered, I didn't pay for your drinks, so what right do you have to stop me from drinking? No sooner had he finished speaking than Song Nansure rolled up his sleeves and went inside to rummage through the wine he had hidden in the tea cabinet, proving that he indeed had the ability. The old man panicked and quickly stood up, saying, "Wait, wait. What are you doing?" While rummaging through drawers and cabinets, Song Nansher said, "I might have to go out for a while, and I'll be leaving in the next day or two at the earliest. I've asked the sect leader to keep an eye on you, so don't sneak off to drink while I'm gone." The old man paused for a moment, then muttered, "He thinks he can control me. He's still my junior." After saying that, he finally asked, "Where are you going?" Song Nansher, "I haven't decided yet, but I'll probably go to Zhongzhou first to see if I can find the Sheng family from back then and return the money to my predecessor." Then, with a bitter face, he said, "This is terrible. I worked so hard to fight in one arena match and saved up over 10,000 spirit stones. Now almost half of them are going to be gone. That's all my savings for getting married." Upon hearing this, the old master was greatly surprised. "What? You, with your fate of losing money, can actually save up more than 10,000 spirit stones?" Then, with a glare and a beard, he shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? What are you, a female cultivator, saving up for a wife?" While Song Nansher was glaring at him, he put all the wine that Song Nansher had hidden into his storage ring. Then he stood up and said, "All right, I just came to let you know that I'll bring you some specialties from Zhongzhou when I come back." After saying that, he quickly slipped away. The old man stood there, his expression somewhat dazed, murmuring, "Zhongzhou." Then he suddenly realized something and quickly went to open his tea cabinet. It was completely empty. The old man was furious. "Song Nansher, you even stole this old man's wine." After sneaking out of Xiantang Peak, Song Nansher quickly contacted his group of friends. She sent a message via her communicator, "Want to get together tonight?" No one spoke yet. Then she said, "Dinner's on me. Drinks are free." As soon as these words were spoken, a warm response came through the communication talisman. "Yilis Ho, have you taken the wrong medicine?" "Then someone hit me." Then came Yung Jifen's voice, "I'll bring him over here to apologize to you." Jiang Ji was shocked. "Junior sister, something terrible has happened. Your third senior sister wants to pay for her services. Go find your second senior sister quickly. I'll go find a healer. I suspect she really did suffer a brain injury from Yi Lisho on the stage." Yi Lisho cried out, "I'm innocent." Then he was hit again, and immediately flew into a rage. "Yung Jifeng, are you suffering from some kind of serious illness? Want to fight?" Then came the crackling sound. The communication symbol on the other side was in complete chaos. Song Nansher burst out laughing. 15 minutes later. Because the Song Nansher's invitation to a feast was so shocking and bizarre, everyone quickly gathered together. Yi Lisho was brought here by Yung Jifeng. His face was bruised and swollen, and he had a large bruise on the HI. Song Nansher was shocked. "You guys really fought?" Yi Lisho raised his head and gave a thumbs up, saying, "How can the matter of sword and saber cultivators be called fighting? We were just sparring." Song Nansher hesitated, then asked, "And your injury?" Yi Lisho wiped away the blood from his nose. "It's just a minor injury. Don't worry about it." Song Nansher, "So all you sword wielders are this ruthless?" She looked at Yung Jifeng, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. Yung Jifeng said expressionlessly, "He provoked me first." But Song Nansher didn't hear what he was saying. Her gaze was fixed on Yung Jifeng's clothes, her eyes wide with astonishment. "These are the clothes they bought at Wang Jianshan. My goodness, wearing clothes like that just to go out for a meal. What kind of male bodhisattva is Yung Jifeng?" Seeing this, Yoon Ji-fin asked calmly, "What's wrong?" Song Nansure quickly recited Amitabha Buddha twice in his mind, then said with a righteous expression, "It's nothing." Only Lee Ho, standing to the side, looked at Yoon Ji-fin, who was deliberately wearing ill-fitting clothes, and then at Song Nansure, and suddenly realized what was going on. He thought he probably understood who that pervert who liked to watch others wear ill-fitting clothes was. But Yoon Ji-fin, you know it's perverted, yet you still wear it. Aren't you even more perverted? Lee Ho looked at them with a complicated expression. As expected of a disciple from a major sect, they really know how to have fun. While Song Nansure was asleep, he heard a strange cry. The voice was sharp and high-pitched, like that of some large bird of prey, with a hoarse quality that seemed to drag one's soul into an abyss. "Remain! Remain! Remain!" Song Nansure's heart skipped a beat, and the last vestiges of his drunkenness were jolted away. Sensing something was wrong, he immediately tried to get up. However, just as she described, her soul seemed to be dragged into an abyss by a hand. She could not perceive the outside world, nor could she perceive her own body. Only that hoarse, peculiar sound could be heard in the abyss. "Remain!" She immediately realized that she had probably fallen into some kind of trap. At this moment, she was still relatively calm, because her memories before she got drunk told her that she was currently with Jiang Ji and the others. No matter how unreliable these main characters were on ordinary days, they were always reliable in crucial moments. But she quickly lost her composure, because her memories from when she was drunk told her what she and the group of drunkards had done. Song Nansure. Is this what they call karma in this lifetime? She didn't know how long she had been in this state until she vaguely heard a voice. "Song Nansure! Song Nansure!" Song Nansure perked up and immediately ran towards the sound. The next moment, as if someone had pulled her down, her body suddenly plummeted. She suddenly opened her eyes, and what she saw was Yoon Ji-fin's handsome face, which was still striking even when he was frowning. She stared at his face for a long time, stunned. It wasn't until Yoon Ji-fin held up 5 fingers and waved them in front of her that she asked worriedly, "Can you see this?" "Song Nansure, how many fingers is this?" Song Nansure came to his senses. "This is most likely not 5. Seeing that she could still joke around, Yoon Ji-fin withdrew his hand expressionlessly and said, "Looks like you're alright." Song Nansure laughed, only then realizing that she was actually lying in his arms. "It's quite warm," she couldn't help but think. She climbed out of his arms and asked, "Where are we?" Yoon Ji-fin stood up with a calm expression, "The Central Plains region." "Song Nansure, what just happened?" Yoon Ji-fin briefly described how she was dragged off the flying boat by Brother Donkey. Following his gaze, Song Nansure saw Brother Donkey, who was still lying on the ground, fast asleep. But Song Nansure, who had just experienced this, knew that this was not what it meant to be asleep. It would be a miracle if someone fell from 1,000 meters in the air and could still fall asleep. Song Nansure then said directly, "I think I had a problem with my soul just now. Could you check if Brother Donkey's soul is abnormal?" Her condition just now clearly indicated that her soul was being controlled by something, which seems to explain why Brother Donkey suddenly jumped off the flying boat with Song Nansure. Something is controlling the donkeys, trying to get them off. Upon hearing this, Yoon Ji-fin felt a chill run down his spine and immediately stepped forward, placing a hand on Brother Donkey's donkey face. Then came a meal. Song Nansure asked seriously, "Brother Donkey, how are you now? Is your spirit still intact?" Yoon Ji-fin withdrew his hand expressionlessly. "Its spirit is perfectly normal, and its body is even healthier than yours." Song Nansure didn't believe it. Then why hasn't it woken up yet? Yoon Ji-fan, asleep. Song Nansure. Just now she thought it would be a miracle if someone fell from 1,000 meters in the air and could still fall asleep. Her current reaction, I've seen a ghost. Song Nansure was puzzled. That can't be. I clearly felt something was wrong with my soul just now, and I only woke up after hearing your brain. Is Brother Donkey perfectly normal? If it's perfectly normal, how did it fall down with me? Yoon Ji-fan was silent for a moment, then said thoughtfully, unless it woke up even earlier than you. Song Nansure. And then, after realizing he had fallen, he turned over and fell asleep again. Yoon Ji-fan thought about it and realized that this was something his donkey brain could do. So he nodded, yes. Song Nansure. Is this belittling me or praising a donkey? But in any case, Song Nansure's soul is in trouble, while Brother Donkey is fine, which is definitely not normal. But now is not the time to investigate whether Song Nansure or Brother Donkey is abnormal. Song Nansure looked around and saw that they were surrounded by large trees and in the distance were continuous mountain ridges. They were clearly in a deep mountain. Without saying a word, she tore off a communication talisman to try and contact her senior sisters. Unsurprisingly, the talisman didn't respond. She frowned and asked, where exactly is this place? She hadn't intended for anyone to answer her question, but to her surprise, Yoon Ji-fan calmly replied, see Tsang Mountain. Song Nansure immediately looked over. You know? Yoon Ji-fan nodded. I told you before, I used to be from Zhonglo. Song Nansure was extremely surprised. But instead of being surprised that Yoon Ji-fan was from Zhonglo, she blurted out, Zhonglo has such a place where anyone who comes here will fall down. The location where Yi Lilo's family's flying boat automatically navigates even passes through here. Do you people from Zhongzhou go to such lengths? It is said that Zhonglo is the least populated place among the 9 provinces, and Song Nansure now seems to have found the reason why Zhongzhou has so few people. Knowing there's danger, they still have to fight it out. The martial spirit of Zhongzhou is truly abundant. Yoon Ji-fan. Even in this situation, your focus is still so peculiar. You truly are something, Song Nansure would say. All the heaviness in his heart turned to ashes. He took a deep breath and defended his fellow countrymen in Zhongzhou, saying, Saizan Mountain wasn't like this before. Song Nansure then explained in detail. Yoon Ji-fan carefully considered his words. He said, Tsang Mountain is just an ordinary mountain range in Zhongzhou, but before I left, many ferocious beasts appeared on Tsang Mountain for no reason. At that time, the major families in Zhongzhou organized their elite members to exterminate the beasts. He said, but when I left Zhongzhou, the ferocious beasts of Saizan Mountain had been almost wiped out. Logically speaking, this place should be very safe now. He frowned, seemingly very puzzled as to why trouble had arisen again at Mount Saizan, which should have been safe by now. But Song Nansure looked at him and suddenly said, then you. Were you also among the disciples who exterminated the ferocious beasts? Were you seriously injured in the Four Treasures Mountain and chased away from Zhongzhou? Song Nansure really wanted to ask these questions. From his few words, she learned a little about his situation. She knew that he was from Zhongzhou, had been seriously injured for some reason, and was being hunted down for some other reason, so he had to leave Zhongzhou in haste. But she also knew that Yoon Ji-fan, who seemed to be the most detached sword cultivator, was more guarded than anyone else. He didn't say it, and she shouldn't have asked. Although they could be considered sworn brothers, their relationship wasn't deep enough for them to pry into each other's private matters at will. Song Nansure is usually very tactful. If someone else said something like that, she would have changed the subject. but for some reason, she had an urge to get to the bottom of it this time. Feeling annoyed, she changed her mind halfway through her sentence, saying, "Never mind, I was just asking casually, you." Before she could finish speaking, Yoon Ji-fan replied without hesitation, "Yes." Song Nansher was taken aback. Before she could ask, Yoon Ji-fan seemed to already know what she wanted to ask, and said directly, "I was clearing out the ferocious beasts in the Four Treasures Mountain at that time, but unfortunately, before the ferocious beasts were completely wiped out, I was wiped out by others. In the end, I didn't see whether the ferocious beasts here were completely eradicated, but by the time I left, the clearing had already reached that level. Even if they ignored it afterward, the remaining ferocious beasts would not be able to cause any trouble." He seemed thoughtful. The current situation is rather unusual. Song Nansher listened, momentarily stunned. He said it. He should know how much of what he said could be deduced by those who are interested. For example, the fact that he could participate in the encirclement and suppression must mean he comes from a prominent family in Zhongluo. He acts with his family and won't be easily ambushed by outsiders. That would mean being stabbed in the back by his own family, and then being hunted down afterwards. Wait a minute. Song Nansher suddenly felt that something was wrong. This plot, why does it sound so familiar? But Song Nansher frowned and thought for a long time, but couldn't recall knowing anyone with similar experiences to Yoon Ji-fan. She didn't immediately think of the word's original work. Instead, Yoon Ji-fan, standing to the side, asked nervously, "Song Nansher, you?" He wanted to gradually reveal his background to the other party, but Song Nansher's reaction made it seem as if she had guessed something and was disgusted with him. Yoon Ji-fan suddenly became anxious and uncertain. Song Nansher snapped out of his reverie and said, "It's nothing. I was just thinking that I heard birds chirping in my dream just now, which should also be the sound of some kind of demon beast." Yoon Ji-fan's eyes sharpened. What kind of sound was that? Song Nansher, yes. She racked her brains trying to find the right words to describe that strange sound. Immediately. Remain. A sharp, hoarse bird cry echoed through the sky. The two looked up and saw a wing longer than a person flapping across the treetop. Song Nansher, that's the sound. The next moment, Yoon Ji-fan scooped up Song Nansher around the waist, and Song Nansher, quick as a flash, grabbed the still sleeping donkey, and the two of them and the donkey took off running. What a joke! The sound Song Nansher heard in his dream was clearly from this thing that brought them down. Now that this bird has chased them all the way here, when else would they run? In the sky, the bird flapped its wings and shaved the towering trees flat. It let out a shriek, and the entire Sichuan mountain echoed in all directions. Song Nansher felt a chill run down his spine. Turns out there wasn't just one bird here. It was a whole bird's nest. The two of them exclaimed in unison, "We can't fly on swords." After saying that, the two looked at each other and said nothing more. These days, Mount Saizan is clearly the domain of birds. With such a large bird, it's easier to hide on the ground, but if you fly in the sky, you become a sitting duck. Judging from the sound just now, there must have been hundreds, if not thousands, of birds on Mount Saizan. With so many ferocious beasts attacking together, even Yoon Ji-fan couldn't say he could escape unscathed. Song Nansher said nothing, but whispered, "Soon represents wind." The barrier formed by the Soon wind silently unfolded, enveloping them and isolating them from spiritual power and aura. The ferocious beast that had been chasing them so purposefully just moments before suddenly lost its way, like a headless fly. Song Nansher took the opportunity to look back, and immediately wished he could gouge out his own eyes. The bird looked like a bird, but it had a human face on its head. The face was that of a girl with a pained expression, but it appeared on the body of a bird, which felt strange no matter how you looked at it. Song Nansure got goosebumps all over. Do all birds in the cultivation world grow up to look so whimsical? At this moment, the human-faced bird could no longer find their presence and gradually drifted away, so Yoon Ji-feng put Song Nansure down. Song Nansure also put down his donkey, which he had been dragging all the way. It didn't wake up at all. Song Nansure was completely convinced. But she didn't have time to worry about the donkey. She quickly asked, Yoon Ji-feng, when you were clearing out the monsters, did you see a bird with a human face? Upon hearing this, Yoon Ji-feng frowned and asked, a bird with a human face, is it a young bird? Song Nansure, the illiterate man, repeated, you meow? Yoon Ji-feng broke off a tree branch and wrote down the character, you for her, a character with so many strokes that even Song Nansure didn't want to write it. Teacher Yoon began the lesson by saying, Young has a human face and ears, and its cry is its own name. Its cry is its name. Song Nansure then remembered its cry. Remain. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Yoon Ji-feng suddenly say, this is troublesome. Song Nansure sensed something was wrong. What's wrong? Yoon Ji-feng, the young bird has been extinct for over 1,000 years according to the list of exotic beasts, so how could it appear in Mount Sichen? Something unusual must be going on. The sudden appearance of an extinct animal is not scary, but the sudden gathering of hundreds or thousands in one place. Song Nansure sighed, this is troublesome. During the period when Song Nansure was learning all sorts of things haphazardly, he also learned some things from his senior uncles and elder brothers at Yusho Peak. Unfortunately, she was probably born without a connection with animals, or perhaps those intelligent spirit beasts knew who could afford to raise them and who couldn't. In any case, beast taming was the first thing Song Nansure learned that was even worse than swordsmanship. But she also knew a lot of common knowledge about beast tamers. She knew that the so-called ferocious beasts and spirit beasts were actually a branch of the demon race, beings within the demon race that could not transform into human form. There are two types of these. One type is the legacy of ancient times, where some ancient demonic beasts only cultivated physical strength, thus abandoning the human form that would allow them to better sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Another reason is that due to racial or talent limitations, they have developed intelligence but cannot take human form. However, if they are properly nurtured, they can still take human form. Humans categorize them into ferocious beasts and spirit beasts. In reality, those that can be tamed by humans are called spirit beasts, while those that are wild and untamed are called ferocious beasts. There is essentially no difference. The young bird mentioned by Yoon Ji-feng is clearly an ancient descendant with a powerful physical body. It's still a ferocious beast. Grass. This bird, which looks so unkempt, actually has such a big background. Moreover, Yoon Ji-feng clearly hadn't seen these strangely looking birds during the last extermination. They had only taken over the nest after the extermination of the demonic beasts in Zhongrou. Song Nansure rubbed his temples and asked, is there anything special about this young bird? Flying on a sword would obviously invite a group attack, but going outside wouldn't be much safer either. Song Nansure was already prepared to run into that group of haphazard brothers. Yoon Ji-feng then thought about it. Then, he said seriously, they're exceptionally good at fighting. Song Nansure looked over expressionlessly. Yoon Ji-feng's attempt to ease the tension failed. He coughed and then honestly said, young birds have a special ability. When they activate their power, they can cause droughts. Song Nansure frowned. No wonder they went extinct. That's a vicious bird. She had just finished thinking that, when she heard Yoon Jifeng say, "Besides that, there's more." Besides. Yoon Jifeng was even more serious this time. He said, the ego can briefly mimic human appearance and behavior to deceive its prey. In other words, it can become someone you know at any time. Upon hearing this, Song Nansher took a deep breath, turned around, and kicked the donkey, saying, "Get up. Why aren't you running? What are you waiting for?" Brother Donkey slapped soundly. Song Nansher no longer doubted that there was anything special about the donkey waking up before her. She suspected that the donkey might have some pig blood in its ancestors. She took a deep breath and said expressionlessly, "If you sleep for another second, I'll take away a bag of animal food from your diet." Brother Donkey stood up with a whoosh. Oh. Soon. Song Nansher. Yoon Jifeng. So this is the art of communication. Song Nansher understood. She then took out the tortoise she had forcibly stuffed into her storage ring and placed it on the donkey's back, saying expressionlessly, "Now, find us the fastest way out of the mountains, or I'll rip your shell off." The turtle longed to return to its little dark room. But in the end, this group of people set off on their journey. But after walking for a short while, Song Nansher suddenly stopped again, his face serious. Yoon Jifeng couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "Song Nansher, I've thought of a very important question," she said. "Since the eagles can imitate us, should we set up a secret code? Every time we leave each other's side, we should exchange the code when we come back, just in case." Yoon Jifeng thought for a moment and said, "Good idea." He said directly, "Then you decide on a secret signal." Song Nansher was deep in thought. The next moment, Yoon Jifeng heard her tentatively ask, "Imperial Jade Liquor?" A question mark slowly appeared above Yoon Jifeng's head. Yoon Jifeng looked puzzled. Song Nansher felt uneasy when no one picked up the joke, and urged, "Quickly say 180 per cup." Yoon Jifeng didn't say anything, but blurted out, 180. 180 spirit stones. That's so expensive. Which palace's jade liquor is this? The demon race's palace? Song Nansher. He has grown up. He has transformed from an aloof young master into a thrifty and hardworking man. She was exasperated. "What do you care which brand of imperial jade liquor it is? Just tell me." Yoon Jifeng seemed to want to elaborate on the 180 spirit stones per cup of imperial jade liquor. Song Nansher glared at him. "Yoon Jifeng, 180 per cup." Song Nansher felt completely comfortable. She made the decision, "This will be our code." Yoon Jifeng, okay. He tried to hold back, but in the end he couldn't help himself. Seeing Song Nansher lift his foot and continue walking forward, he immediately followed and whispered, "Song Nansher, there's something really wrong with a cup of wine that costs 180 spirit stones. Spirit wine isn't that expensive. He's probably a swindler." As Song Nansher walked, he laughed and said, "He's a liar." Yoon Jifeng was even more puzzled. A liar? Is he the same liar who fooled Song Nansher? But he quickly dismissed the idea. Impossible. In this cultivation world, no one has ever been born who could swindle spirit stones from Song Nansher. Yoon Jifeng frowned deeply. Upon seeing this, Song Nansher couldn't help but laugh and said, "You come from a prominent family. Haven't you ever tasted that legendary fine wine that costs 1 pot of clear sake and 1 pot of gold?" As soon as she finished speaking, she wished she could bite off her own tongue. You guessed that Yoon Jifeng came from a prominent family, fine, but he didn't explicitly state his background. What are you guessing for? Are you trying to show off your intelligence? She immediately tried to change the subject. We are now. Yoon Ji-fan seemed oblivious, saying calmly, "It's true that he comes from a prominent family." Song Nan paused, then looked at Yoon Ji-fan. Was he truly unaware, or did he actually not mind knowing? Song Nansher's heart suddenly started racing. She is suspicious and indifferent to things that don't concern her. When the clouds stop and the wind blows, be wary. Such two people are best suited for a platonic friendship, or simply to be superficial friends. But at this moment, Song Nansher had a strange feeling that they were testing each other's bottom line. Such associations made Song Nansher's heart race and his mind filled with irrational thoughts caused by a surge of adrenaline. As if facing the most dangerous opponent on a battlefield, where the slightest carelessness could lead to utter destruction, she was caught between a cold, rational assessment and an intense excitement welling up from the depths of her heart under extreme danger. Song Nansher took a deep breath, barely managing to suppress the thoughts swirling in his mind. Then she realized what she had been thinking. Song Nansher. Holy crap! That's so perverted! At this moment, Yoon Ji-fan was preoccupied with the thought of "I have always been devoted to the bright moon," and he was eager for Song Nansher to understand him better. He was completely unaware of the twisted thoughts swirling in Song Nansher's mind. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "I have never actually drunk alcohol." He paused, then added, "Last night was the first time I ever drank alcohol." As he spoke, Song Nansher couldn't help but recall the curiosity he couldn't hide beneath his calm expression when Song Nansher poured him wine last night. Before picking up his glass, he even cautiously sniffed it. The image of Yoon Ji-fan gently sniffing his wine glass involuntarily appeared in her mind. Song Nansher. Stop thinking. I'm speechless. How come she never realized how perverted she was before? Song Nansher immediately coughed, forgetting his usual cautious attitude, and asked seriously, "You've never drunk alcohol before? Sword cultivators shouldn't have any taboos about abstaining from alcohol, right? What do you do when you hang out with your friends? You can't possibly spar with them, can you?" Yoon Ji-fan hesitated for a moment, then said, "I didn't have many friends before. So there was no one he could drink with." This was the first time in Yoon Ji-fan's life that a group of people had gathered together, laughing and joking, and getting so drunk that they were unconscious, just like last night. So Song Nansher was truly shocked this time. She didn't have many friends before, but she did have a few casual acquaintances who could provide each other with some fun. After all, life was already so difficult, and she kept her distance from the main characters around her. If she didn't find some fun for herself, she really wouldn't be able to go on. She asked, puzzled, "So what were you doing before?" Yoon Ji-fan thought for a moment and said, "Cultivation." Song Nansher frowned, "Just cultivation?" Yoon Ji-fan, it's just cultivation. He was born with the Qilin blood jade, and from the moment he first saw this world, the Qilin blood jade absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, and he began to cultivate passively. Then countless people told him that he was a prodigy, that his family supported him, and that he had to repay his family and could not stop. Cultivation, missions, battles. Yoon Ji-fan let out a deep breath. Then someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. He subconsciously turned his head and saw Song Nansher saying in a serious tone, "From now on, follow me, and no one will rush you to cultivate." Yoon Ji-fan couldn't help but laugh. He said, "Okay." The two men continued walking, leading a donkey. Song Nansher knew that the shadow ghost possessing the turtle was definitely more than just a treasure hunter. She deliberately left it in her storage ring for so long, not afraid that it might have any bad intentions. She just relied on the turtle to guide her. She only stopped occasionally to consult the oracle, and once she determined that there was no danger ahead, she would continue on her way, showing considerable confidence. The shadow ghost had been abandoned by its master, and it knew Song Nanshi's personality quite well. Although she said scratching its shell in a joking tone, it knew that if it really did something, the punishment waiting for it would be more than just this. It behaved quite well the whole way. The group continued walking, and surprisingly, they didn't encounter any more of those pheasants along the way. They did not encounter any other ferocious beasts, or even wild animals. When ordinary wild animals sense a strong threat, they will choose to flee their territory. But ferocious beasts are different. They will only compete with other ferocious beasts for territory. They hadn't seen a single other ferocious beast along the way. Did all the other ferocious beasts avoid them, or did those eagles kill all the other ferocious beasts that dared to appear on this mountain? Song Nanshi was filled with speculation. However, she soon found out why. While Song Nanshi was crossing a shallow river, he was suddenly stopped by Yung Jifeng. Yung Jifeng said, "Wait a minute." His gaze was fixed on a rock on the river bank. Song Nanshi's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly realized something. He pulled Yung Jifeng over. Then both of them froze in place. They found a complete skeleton of a ferocious beast behind the rock. The skeleton had turned white from being washed by the river. Judging from its size, it must have been some kind of beast. Even though only bones remained, Song Nanshi could still see large and small scratches and bite marks on them. However, it wasn't these things that made them stop. Song Nanshi's gaze followed the riverbank and landed on the riverbed, which was clearly visible at a glance. As far as the eye could see, there were piles of white bones. The river flowed silently over the new riverbed paved with bones. Most of them are various kinds of ferocious beasts. There are still people. Song Nanshi's gaze swept over a human skeleton, paused, and then looked away. She whispered, "This is where the pheasant flock dumps their carcasses. Or rather, it is a feeding ground." The thought had barely crossed his mind when Song Nanshi's expression shifted, and he pulled Yung Jifeng and Brother Donkey into the nearby woods. They had just hidden in the woods when a pheasant, flapping its enormous wings, landed on the river bank. Song Nanshi quietly thickened the windproof curtains to block out the air. The bird, holding a Pegasus even larger than itself, stood by the water and began to feed. It ate very quickly, and in no time it had eaten the Pegasus, along with its internal organs, leaving only the skeleton. After finishing its meal, it threw the skeleton directly into the river. Now Song Nanshi finally understood where those skeletons covering the riverbed came from. After doing all this, the bird even stood leisurely by the river, slowly preening its feathers in front of the water. Then, Song Nanshi watched as it preened its feathers, its face, which was very similar to a human's, slowly transformed into a horse's face. Even though Song Nanshi was bald, at this moment, he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. Seeing this, Yung Jifeng leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Within 2 hours of eating, the young bird can change its face to that of the living creature it has eaten." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Nanshi suddenly thought of something. She thought of the first pheasant they had seen earlier. The bird had the face of a girl with a pained expression. Before the transformation, the bird in front of me looked very much like a human, but the resemblance was a kind of uncanny valley effect, and it was easy to distinguish from a real human face. But the bird just now definitely had a human face. During the 2 hours it takes for the owl to feed, it can transform its face into the living creature it is feeding on. Song Nanshi was silent for a moment, then whispered, Yung Jifeng. Yung Jifeng also remained silent for a moment. He calmly said, human-tamed celestial horses don't easily appear in the wild. This celestial horse should be the mount of that female cultivator just now. We're too late, he said in a low voice. Song Nansure closed his eyes, and the image of the girl's pained expression flashed before his eyes again on Yangniu's face. When she opened her eyes again, the owls by the river had finished eating and left, and they hadn't noticed them. But Song Nansure didn't want to go down the mountain like that. Yung Jifeng seemed to have sensed what she was thinking, and before she could speak, he said, I'll go check if there are any survivors. You wait here for me. Song Nansure was taken aback, but pursed his lips and said calmly, if anyone is still alive after 2 hours, there will be some noise. Yung Jifeng smiled and said, I know, but it's just a glance. It won't delay our descent from the mountain, will it? He knew it was too late when he saw the pheasant with the face of a young girl. But he didn't say anything to Song Nansure. Song Nansure kept saying she was heartless, but he knew that a heartless person wasn't like that. Song Nansure said, let's go together. Yung Jifeng shook his head, it's just reconnaissance, the target is too big. He simply said, let's leave here first. Wait for me in a safe place, and I'll be back soon. Song Nansure was silent for a moment, then said, okay. Finally, Song Nansure found a cave to hide in and made an appointment with Yung Jifeng to meet in a quarter of an hour. After Yung Jifeng left, Song Nansure set up a simple detection array at the cave entrance. It was already bright daylight, but she didn't light a fire. She just leaned against the donkey, seemingly relaxed, but maintaining a posture that could suddenly erupt at any moment. The donkey, feeling uncomfortable being leaned against, let out a disgruntled bray. Song Nansure then said, Brother Donkey, you were really showing off just now, you know. I only woke up because Yung Jifeng called out to me. How come your soul is perfectly fine? Brother Donkey, confused, exclaimed, Ah. Song Nansure then asked, So are you really a donkey? Do you know what you are? The donkey seemed very unhappy with Song Nanshure's suspicion of its species, and it brayed even louder while turning its rear end towards Song Nansure. Song Nansure chatted with Brother Donkey in a casual, one-sided manner while waiting for Yung Jifeng to return. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Song Nansure felt that less than a quarter of an hour had passed when the formation at the cave entrance was suddenly activated. Song Nansure leaped up from his relaxed state, holding the horoscope in his hand. Looking towards the cave entrance, he saw Yung Jifeng standing outside the cave. Song Nansure breathed a sigh of relief. It's you. Yung Jifeng nodded. I'm back. Song Nansure then said, pretty fast. How's the situation? As Yung Jifeng walked inside, he said, let's go inside and talk in detail. Song Nanshure's eyebrows suddenly twitched. In front of him, Yung Jifeng walked forward against the light. Song Nansure subtly took 2 steps back, casually rummaging through his storage ring as he said, let's remove the array at the entrance first. I'm afraid some small animals might disturb it and attract the young bird. She spoke without looking up, as if it were just a casual remark, completely unguarded. Yung Jifeng looked at her for a moment and nodded, okay. He went to dismantle the formation. The formation dissipated in an instant. When he looked up again, he saw Song Nansure standing not far away, smiling at him, and asking, There's 1 jar of wine left. Want some? Imperial Jade Liquor. Yung Jifeng said, okay. He walked over, as if to take the wine jar from him. When he got within 5 steps of Song Nanshure's expression suddenly changed, and he swung the wine jar and smashed it on his head, the wine pouring over him and covering him completely. Young Jifeng suddenly raised his head, his face contorted with rage. Song Nanshe had already taken 2 steps back quickly, and sneered, "Imitation, I ask you, how many spirit stones does a cup of imperial jade liquor cost?" Young Jifeng let out a sharp screech and pounced on Song Nanshe, its human hands gradually transforming into wings. But Song Nanshe's smile widened, and the fire she had prepared beforehand flew out of her hand and landed on its wet wings. The alcohol fueled the fire. In the blink of an eye, the flames enveloped its entire body. The fire, like a maggot clinging to a bone, burned off both of its wings before it could even transform into a bird. The wind is Sun. The Sun wind appeared, enveloping the fireball-like young bird, not to assist the leaf fire, but to trap the young bird's voice and breath, so as not to attract other young birds. Song Nanshe stood expressionless in a corner of the cave, watching coldly. She thought, this is probably a greedy bird. Its wings were smaller than those of other finches, clearly indicating that it was not yet an adult. It had accidentally discovered her trail and was thinking of taking the prey for itself. But in the end, no one knows who the prey is. The intense flames gradually subsided and disappeared. Song Nan leaned against the stone wall and breathed a sigh of relief. So, when Young Jifeng realized something was wrong and returned, he saw a fierce-looking Song Nanshe. She blocked him at the doorway, holding a jar of wine, and asked aggressively, "I'm asking you, how much is a cup of imperial jade liquor?" Young Jifeng? Song Nanshe, how much? She seemed ready to kill him on the spot if he couldn't answer. Young Jifeng, 180 per cup. Song Nanshe put down the wine jar, his brows relaxed. Young Jifeng noticed the mess behind her and his expression immediately changed. "A hawk has found you." Song Nanshe, however, looked smug. "It can't fool me. I recognized it before we even exchanged the password." Young Jifeng laughed. "Then you still dare to block my way at the door? Aren't you afraid I'm a bird too?" Song Nanshe became even more smug. "I did it on purpose because I recognized you, weren't you?" She smiled and said, "I have sharp eyes. I was just teasing you." The Yi family of Songliu. Yi Qinzhou sat in the courtyard, coughing incessantly, unable to stop. A middle-aged man hurried over, his expression worried, and whispered, "Young master, the wind is picking up. Your health." Yi Qinzhou was pale, but he waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, I know my body. Have you found his hole?" The middle-aged man looked troubled. "Never." Yi Qinzhou sneered, "If he's so capable, then he shouldn't ever come back. Let him die out there, so he won't cause me trouble every day." The middle-aged man dared not speak, feeling bitter inside. Seeing Yi Qinzhou's anger, he quickly changed the subject, saying, "By the way, the Yun family of Songliu has made another move." Yi Qinzhou frowned. "What have they gotten themselves into this time?" The middle-aged man said, "Some people outside suspect that there is something fishy about Qinzi's death, but they insist that Qinzi was assassinated after he was injured and went into seclusion on Mount Saicong. Now the bounty for that assassin has tripled." Yi Qinzhou scoffed. "Do they think no one can see it?" The middle-aged man asked in bewilderment, "But that was their family's prodigy. Why did they?" Yi Qinzhou said expressionlessly, "They probably thought that a knife with its own ideas wouldn't be very useful. Who knew that the knife was sharpened too much and they ended up cutting themselves?" Middle-aged man, "Then we." Yi Qinzhou waved his hand. "What does this have to do with us?" Just then, a rapid knocking sounded at the door, and a loud voice came from outside, "Brother. Open the door quickly, brother. I'm back, brother." The middle-aged man watched as his sickly young master suddenly stood up and strode over, his legs never having been so strong. Yi Qingshou, who had repeatedly threatened to kill his younger brother outside, suddenly flung open the door and sneered, "So you still know how to come back?" A voice from outside the door interrupted him abruptly. "Brother, something terrible has happened. I've gotten into trouble." Yi Qingshou. He knew he wouldn't come back unless he caused some trouble. He calmly said, "Tell me, what have you done this time? Did you destroy someone's things or owe someone money?" Yi Lizhou scratched his head and laughed. "It's not that serious. It's not that serious," he said. "I only lost 2 people." Yi Qingshou. He slammed the door shut again. Yi Qingshou, the elder brother of the Yi family, is frail and sickly, and coughs up blood in the wind every day. Yi Lizhou, the youngest brother of the Yi family, is as strong as an ox and can take on 3 of his brothers with 1 punch. The Yi family only had 2 brothers in this generation. As the saying goes, when brothers are of one mind, they can break gold. The 2 brothers also had a clear division of labor. They worked together as one, and with their continuous efforts, the Yi family steadily declined. And so, this is how daily life goes for the Yi family. On weekdays, Yi Lizhou's daily tasks include cultivating, finding fights, injuring people or damaging things, and waiting for his brother to bail him out. Yi Qingshou's daily tasks include coughing up blood, taking medicine, making money, and using that money to clean up his brother's messes and bail him out. The brothers live in harmony. They were all very happy. For example, this time, Yi Lizhou lost his guest at his own doorstep. After searching around aimlessly with Jiangji and his group, he suddenly thought of his all-powerful brother. He couldn't help but think that whenever he got into trouble, his brother would always have to clean up the mess, not only getting him out of trouble but also having to pay compensation. No wonder his brother was angry. He always got a beating. But this time is different. This time he only lost people, and his brother only needs to rescue 2 people. There's no need to pay compensation. If you don't have to pay compensation, then it's not that serious. With that thought in mind, Yi Lizhou immediately and confidently asked his brother to bail him out. He also shared his idea with Jiangji and others. Upon hearing this, Jiangji and the others were greatly shocked. They felt that Yi Liu's brother must have great magnanimity and ability to allow this scoundrel to live to this day without causing internal strife or being tricked to death. With someone like this helping to find it, what is there to worry about? The group immediately set off for the Yi family in a great hurry. So, after his brother had been out of contact for almost half a year, Yi Qingshou finally welcomed a younger brother who had literally lost face, and a group of victims' families. Yi Qingshou stood expressionless at the door, looking at his younger brother. He closed his eyes briefly and said, word by word, "You call this not causing any major trouble?" Yi Lizhou was still perceptive enough to notice his brother's expression and immediately apologized, saying, No. I've caused a huge disaster. But..." He cautiously observed his brother's expression and tentatively asked, "Didn't you say that the right person should do the right thing, like cleaning up my mess cough? Aren't you the professional at it?" Yi Qingshou. He was so angry with his own brother that he became short of breath and coughed up blood onto his handkerchief. Yi Lizhou was shocked. "Brother." The middle-aged man beside Yi Qingshou was also shocked. "Young master." Jiangji and his group were equally shocked. Oh no! What if they came all this way only to anger her own brother to death instead of finding their junior sister? Just as they were thinking this, a series of laughs came from behind them. Everyone turned around in astonishment and saw that Ye's neighbors were peeking out from the cracks in the doors and windows, pointing and talking while eating melon seeds at Ye's door. Someone else raised their arms and announced, that bred from the Yi family has made the old man of the Yi family cough up blood again. Everyone burst into laughter. The air around us was instantly filled with a joyful atmosphere. Everyone was even more astonished. The person was vomiting blood, and all the neighbors were just watching and laughing at him. Just as they were thinking this, a kind-faced old lady smiled and said, "Young man, don't worry. The eldest son of the Yi family is constantly getting so angry with his younger brother that he vomits blood. We were worried at first, but who knew that the eldest son of the Yi family would vomit more and more vigorously? If you don't believe me, just wait and see." As soon as the old lady finished speaking, Yi Qingshou, who had just spat out a mouthful of blood, seemed to have spat out chicken blood instead of human blood. He changed his previous sickly appearance and kicked his younger brother with such force that Yi Lihou was forced to take 2 steps back. He said, "Kneel down." Using the force of his fall, Yi Lihou knelt down on the ground with practiced ease, the movement completed in one fluid motion. "The Yi family boy has been kicked to his knees by his brother again," the neighbors announced with raised arms. Everyone burst into laughter. The air around us was filled with joy once again. The members of the Boundless sect. They still lack experience. Yi Qingshou kicked his younger brother, venting his anger. He nodded to Jiangji and the others, saying, "Let this bastard kneel down first. Please come in, everyone, and we'll discuss this in detail." He then said to the middle-aged man, "Uncle Zhong, serve tea." Jiangji and the others exchanged glances, pretending not to see Yi Lihou still kneeling, and followed Yi Qingshou inside. Yi Qingshou sat on a stone bench in the courtyard and immediately asked Yi Lihou about the whole story of how he had lost a face. Zhu Xiu, who was best at communicating with people, organized her thoughts and started speaking from the beginning. After listening attentively, Yi Qingshou pondered for a moment and then said, "That might really be a bit troublesome." Everyone was immediately taken aback. Yi Lihou was also surprised. "It's just losing face, isn't it?" Yi Qingshou sneered, "You'd better kneel down properly." Turning to Jiangji and the others, he regained his noble demeanor and said, "You said you couldn't contact those 2 people with the communication talisman, and the flying boat you were on passed by Mount Saicong. It's very likely that the 2 missing people fell into Mount Saicong." Jiangji and the others exchanged glances and asked, "Is there a problem with Mount Saicong?" Yi Qingshou smiled wryly. "Originally there was no problem, but," he said, "about half a year ago, many ferocious beasts suddenly appeared in Mount Saicong. At that time, the Central Plains sent people to besiege and suppress them. Who knew that on the last day of the siege, a flock of young birds suddenly occupied Mount Saicong? On that day, most of the people and ferocious beasts did not leave Mount Saicong." Before Jiangji, the self-made man, could react, Zhu Xiu, the well-informed female lead, was already terrified. She exclaimed, "Weren't the pheasant-like bird extinct long ago?" The black rabbit, which had been unresponsive in Yu Jiujiu's arms, suddenly stirred. Yi Qingshou remained calm. "Yes, that's why Zhongzhou doesn't dare to act rashly. Fortunately, those young birds don't seem to be leaving Xizang Mountain for the time being. But since your friend has fallen in..." Yi Qingshou raised his voice and said, "Yi Lihou." Yi Lihou, who was kneeling obediently, suddenly looked up. Yi Qingshou calmly said, "Go to the largest Wangshitan in Zhongzhou and hire some people who dare to venture into Saizan Mountain. We'll search for them from all 8 directions." Without saying a word, Yi Lihou dusted off his trousers, stood up, shouldered his broadsword, and went to carry out his orders. Yi Qingshou also stood up, 2 butterfly swords sliding out of his sleeve and gripping them in his pale hand, saying, "I hope your friends can hold on." Jiangji said very seriously, "My junior sister can handle it." he said with certainty. She must be waiting for us. Wangshitan, the largest talent market in Zhongzhou. Since the incident at Saizan Mountain, the most frequent orders Wangshitan has received have been for people to go into the mountain to search for others. So when Yi Lishou arrived at Wangshitan, he faced a very serious problem. Those who would accept the order from Xizang Mountain are either mostly dead, or the Yi family simply can't afford them. The manager of Wang Shurtan said with a bitter face, "Those who can enter Xizang Mountain are all fearless. You're going to buy their lives, so can't they ask for a higher price?" Yi Lishou thought it made a lot of sense. If it were an ordinary person, they would have given up at this point. Yi Qingzhou never expected to find reliable people from a place like Wang Shurtan. He just wanted to show his troublesome younger brother just how much trouble he had gotten into. But Yi Lishou is no ordinary person. Therefore, his focus was on the 3 words "not afraid of death." People who are not afraid of death. His eyes suddenly lit up. He left the Wangshitan restaurant and turned to enter a tavern. This restaurant is the stronghold of the dead assassin group in Zhongzhou, something that ordinary people have no idea about. But Yi Lishou is no ordinary person. He took a picture of a phone as soon as he went in. Within 15 minutes, a steward received him and asked him who he wanted to kill. Yi Lishou said seriously, "I don't kill people." The manager understood. Whom does the guest intend to make wish they were dead? Yi Lishou, "No, not exactly." Manager, "This guest is challenging." Then, he heard the most outrageous request of his life. "Yi Lishou, I want you to go into Saizan Mountain to save people." Manager, he subtly reminded him, "Guest, we are the most professional assassins." Yi Lishou replied earnestly, "I know." He said, "Then put your killing spree into it and get this guy out of here." Manager, he felt that the person in front of him was there to cause trouble, so he sneered and was about to order someone to throw him out. But before he could speak, he hesitated. He recalled the plummeting order volume since the incident at Saizan Mountain. Now, after much effort, an order has finally arrived. The manager was torn and struggled with his conscience, but when he thought about how the assassins were practically bored and had to go out and sell tea, he gritted his teeth and made a decision that went against his ancestors' wishes. He resolutely said, "Fine. I'll take this order." Yi Lishou was overjoyed and immediately began filling in the target information on the form. Names: Song Nansher, Yun Jifeng. Appearance, cultivation level. He filled in the form line by line, and when he got to the last item, he suddenly stopped. If 2 people were to rescue someone based on the price for assassination, it would cost 4,000 spirit stones. He counted the spirit stones on his body. Not enough. But it doesn't matter. You pay for killing someone if they die. There are 2 ways. One method involves paying a deposit or full payment upfront before the killer commits the murder. One method involves the hitman killing someone first, then collecting the full amount of money from the victim's head. Of course, if someone tries to renege on their debt in the latter case, the next person to lose will be yours. After thinking for a moment, Yi Lishou chose the latter payment method. He said, "Once you find the people, go directly to them and ask for the money. This is called cash on delivery." At this moment, Song Nansher was completely unaware that he had been tricked. As she carefully disposed of the bird's carcass, she listened to Yun Jifeng recount the results of his investigation. "We're too late," Yun Jifeng said. "I only found the storage ring left by the girl. She must have been traveling alone and passing through here without any companions. By the time we came in, it was already too late. He handed the storage ring to Song Nansher. Song Nansher silently accepted the storage ring, glanced at it, and took out a family letter from it. Song Nansher did not read the contents of the family letter, but she could vaguely guess that the girl must have received a letter from home and was rushing home when she passed through this place and died. She sighed and said, with something like this happening at Mount Saizong, didn't Zonglou think of spreading the word so that travelers would avoid this place? Yung Jifen's expression was indifferent. The thoughts of that group of people are always difficult for normal people to fathom. Song Nansher stopped talking, stared at the letter for a while, then suddenly sighed and said, since we've come across it, let's collect the girl's remains and send them home along with the letter. Yung Jifen's brows relaxed slightly as he looked at her and said in a low voice, okay. The two left the cave, preparing to go once again to the stream where the birds were feeding. The journey seemed quieter than the way there. When Song Nansher and the others walked to the riverbank again, they understood why the whole mountain had suddenly become even quieter. Beside the narrow river, which was only a few meters wide, a dozen or so pheasants were gathered together feeding. Under their claws were ferocious beasts that the pheasants had somehow unearthed, and the blood stained the entire river red. But that wasn't what surprised Song Nansher the most. What surprised her the most was that among these feeding pheasants, she saw the same pheasant they had first seen by the stream. After watching for a while, Song Nansher suddenly said, this bird only ate that celestial horse, which is bigger than itself, for half an hour. In such a short time, is it already hungry again? Yung Jifen pursed his lips and said, it seems to have gotten a little bigger. For a moment, both of them had some guesses in their minds. These eagles, do they never feel full? They keep eating, which only makes them stronger. No wonder there isn't a single animal to be seen in such a large mountain. But if that's the case, Song Nansher muttered, this is troublesome. Song Nansher did not know why these birds stayed inside the mountain and did not come out. But she couldn't help but wonder, these birds have such a voracious appetite, whether they need to keep eating to get stronger or because they really have such a large appetite. But when they have eaten up the entire Saizan mountain, will they really stay on Saizan mountain and wait to starve to death? The closest city to Mount Saizan is Zhongliu City. In their eyes, what difference is there between the mortal cultivators who fill the city and the beasts that roam the mountains? Song Nansher took a deep breath, stopped thinking about it, and quietly waited for the bird to finish eating. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, they quickly finished eating and left. Song Nansher couldn't help but wonder if they had gone off to find food again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Song Nansher went to the riverbank and began searching in the still unclear, bright red blood. Finally, Yung Jifen said, it's this one. He pointed to a human skeleton that had been washed ashore on the riverbank. The person's skeletal structure was very small. It was a girl. Yung Jifen said, the aura on her body is very similar to that in the family letter. Song Nansher walked over and said in a low voice, Fairy, I'm sorry. She then lit a torch and burned the skeleton to ashes, placing them, along with the letter, into a white jade box. Having done this, she was about to continue her descent when suddenly, the entire forest was filled with the sharp cries of hawks. Remain! But this sound was not the hunting sound that Song Nansher had first heard. Instead, it seems like. Song Nansher suddenly looked up and saw a strong wind blowing through the entire mountain forest. However, this wind was not a natural sound, but rather the sound of countless birds flapping their wings. Yung Jifen's voice rang in her ears. It sounds like a pheasant calling to its companions. But what kind of pheasant calls to its companions and receives such a swift and enthusiastic response? It didn't sound like he was calling for a comrade. It sounded more like he was calling for a subordinate. Song Nansure glanced at it twice and said, "This is a perfect opportunity. Let's go." The two then took the opportunity to cross the river. But one problem after another arose. Just after crossing the river, Song Nansure heard voices coming from the woods on the other side. "What are these beasts doing? We almost got exposed." Hearing that there were living people here at this time was not a good omen for Song Nansure. Song Nansure immediately wanted to pull Yoon Jifeng to a secluded place. That's exactly what Yoon Jifeng was thinking too. The two were wary of each other and, without even looking at each other, they bumped into each other while pulling. Song Nanshure's head slammed directly into Yoon Jifeng's chest. She hissed in pain, and just as she was about to look up, she felt a large hand press down on her head. The chest in front of him vibrated, and heat rose. Yoon Jifeng lowered his voice and said, "Don't move yet." Song Nansure paused, her first reaction, "Oh, how embarrassing." Then she quickly realized what was happening and even struggled a couple of times politely. Yoon Jifeng lowered his voice, "They're heading this way. Be quiet." Song Nansure didn't realize at all that even if the other party moved this way, they didn't need to maintain this posture. She subconsciously stopped struggling, her mind racing with thoughts of Yoon Jifeng's seemingly rapid heartbeat and elevated temperature, wondering if something was wrong, while she listened intently to what was happening on the other side. But she soon had no time to think about Yoon Jifeng, because she heard their names from those two people. Song Nansure, Yoon Jifeng, are these two people? Song Nansure immediately raised his head, while Yoon Jifeng lowered his head, and the two exchanged a glance. Then, they all poked their heads out at the same time. The two men happened to pass by them not far away, but they didn't notice them. So Song Nansure clearly saw the marks of the dead assassins on the two men's bodies. Song Nansure immediately looked at Yoon Jifeng in shock. "You?" Yoon Jifeng was also shocked. "Me?" Both of them were shocked, never expecting that an assassin could be so dedicated, chasing them directly into Mount Sichen. They were still talking. "Assassin A, this time the targets are two people." Song Nanshure's eyes widened. "Me too." "Assassin B, yeah, but it's not easy. We have to chase them all the way to Sitsang Mountain. Luckily, we are both good at concealing our presence." Song Nansure grinded his teeth. Well, he came prepared after all. Assassin aside, it's been a long time since I've had a customer who wants a living person. Song Nansure sneered, immediately wanting to go out and show them who was alive and who was dead. Yoon Jifeng quickly pulled people away and secretly transmitted his voice. "Forget it, forget it. It would be bad if we really started fighting and disturbed those eagles. Those eagles are gathered together right now. If we really disturb them, it will be a loss." Song Nansure barely managed to suppress his anger and listened to their conversation with a cold smile. Then the assassin B laughed and said, "Isn't this strange? Not only do they want living people, but it's said that this time the client chose to complete the task first and pay later. But this time the payment is different from the previous payments. They want us to collect it from the task target." The two seemed to have thought of something interesting, looked at each other, and laughed simultaneously. Song Nansure was furious. "Fine. Hiring assassins to kill us is one thing, but having the assassins steal money from us is another. You've gone too far." Even Yoon Jifeng remained expressionless this time. The two looked at each other and both saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. "Calm down my ass. I have no idea who issued this damned kill order, is utterly outrageous. A disgrace. Song Nansure decided to swear an oath against the person who issued the kill order. Dragons have scales that cannot be touched. Those who touch them will die. Phoenixes have thin necks that cannot be violated. Those who offend them will perish. At that moment, Song Nansure felt as if he were the dragon whose scales had been touched. When she told Yung Jifeng about her feelings and anger, Yung Jifeng's expression was quite interesting. Admittedly, Yung Jifeng felt insulted that the victim had to pay for the murder he had hired. But Song Nansure, who could remain calm when he heard that the two assassins wanted to kill them, exploded when he heard that they wanted money. The whole thing seemed absurd no matter how you looked at it. For a moment, Yung Jifeng couldn't tell whether the person who came up with cash on delivery was more outrageous, or whether Song Nansure, who literally valued money over life, was more outrageous. At this moment, Yung Jifeng even thought, rather inappropriately, that Song Nansure and that oddball who paid upon delivery must have a lot in common. Of course, what we call common ground now can easily turn into irreconcilable enmity. Yung Jifeng took a deep breath, looked at Song Nansure, who was clearly about to explode, and asked via telepathy, "So, what do you want?" Upon encountering an assassin in the territory of a flock of eagles, Song Nansure, who had been adhering to a conservative strategy, suddenly became aggressive. She said, as the saying goes, the first to strike wins and the last to strike suffers. This is a troublesome place, and we cannot afford to be attacked from both sides. Yung Jifeng said expressionlessly, "Speak like a human." Song Nansure spoke rapidly, "Let's kill these two bastards first." Yung Jifeng. He knew it. He didn't refute, but said, "Have you thought this through? If we make a move now, it will definitely alert the young bird, and we won't be able to sneak out of the mountain again." Song Nansure sneered, "That's still better than having to hide from two assassins while hiding from the birds in these mountains. Let's make our move now." Yung Jifeng simply said, "Okay." They didn't consider at all how dangerous it would be to disturb the eagle. Of course, the possibility that the two assassins came in to rescue people was not considered. Hire two dead professional killers to rescue someone. That employer must be out of his mind. It's not an idea that a normal person would come up with. Before taking action, Song Nansure even declared again, "I am mortal enemies with the person who issued the kill order." While wandering the mountains searching for someone, Yi Liho sneezed several times in a row. It's almost summer, and he wrapped his clothes tighter around himself, but he actually felt a little cold. At this moment, Song Nansure also emerged openly from the shadows. They appeared right in the line of sight of the two assassins. The two assassins were stunned. Song Nansure smiled and asked the two assassins, who were staring blankly at him, "Are you looking for me?" The two assassins were taken aback at first, then overjoyed. Before accepting this mission, they were prepared to fight a bloody battle with the young bird, and even if they survived, they might not be able to find the person. Who would have thought that the trip would go so smoothly? They had only been in the mountains for a short time when they encountered the person before they even met the young bird. This money is way too easy to make. Both assassins, due to their habitual killings, possessed a fierce and sinister aura. This aura was very effective in intimidating their targets, but it was a different story when it came to saving lives. Fortunately, they were all professionals and very good at adapting to changing circumstances. They had already discussed it before they came. Saving people and killing people are definitely different. Once they received the money, they had to show a professional attitude. After finding the target, they had to be the kindest and gentlest they could be, making the guest feel the warmth of a spring breeze. Therefore, they practiced the gentle smile skill of being a good person on the way here, almost disgusting each other to death. So at this moment, in their great joy, the two of them didn't forget to show their professionalism, and both gave Song Nansho a kind smile. A sinister aura emanated from them. One of them even said gently, "You're the one we've been looking for." Song Nansho, don't think that just because you added an E, no, others won't see through your sinister intentions. Song Nansho was certain these two people had come with ill intentions. They even resorted to psychological attacks, trying to disgust themselves to death. Song Nansho glanced at the two men's kind smiles again, then looked away expressionlessly. She took a deep breath, pretending not to know they were assassins, and deliberately asked, "What do you want with us? Are you here to rescue us?" The two extremely sinister assassins' eyes lit up. They never expected that their purpose would be seen through so quickly. They immediately felt that their disguise and performance were indeed professional. Didn't they look like good people who were saving lives? The two immediately nodded, "Yes, yes, yes, yes." Song Nansho, I know your job is to capture them alive, but don't these two think their excuse is too flimsy? Rescue? If only they looked in the mirror. Song Nansho sneered inwardly, but on the surface he still feigned a very surprised expression, exclaiming exaggeratedly, "That's wonderful. We were so scared we didn't know what to do." He winked at Yoon Ji-feng, signaling him to follow him. Yoon Ji-feng. He thought both performances were quite cringe-worthy. And so, each side harbored their own thoughts, one feigning kindness and the other feigning emotion, each believing that their own imagination was the truth. They strode towards each other, looking as if they had met a family member. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were some kind of earth-shattering, life-or-death friendship. The two groups of people slowly approached each other until they were face to face. At this point, both assassins believed their mission was accomplished. Just as they were about to see something, the female cultivator in front of them suddenly changed her expression, picked up a destiny plate, and swung it at his head. She added, "Yoon Ji-feng, make your move." So, when the other assassin realized something was wrong and tried to help, he was knocked unconscious by Yoon Ji-feng's sword hilt. Neither side wanted to disturb the ego, so they consciously narrowed the battle area and kept quiet, thus engaging in a prolonged fight. The two assassins, bewildered by the sudden change in attitude, continued to struggle, saying, "We really came to save you." Song Nansho sneered, "I don't believe you. What idiot would hire an assassin to save someone?" The assassin was speechless. If 星号印. Then he was subdued by Yoon Ji-feng with a single sword strike and immediately fainted. Another assassin soon followed in his colleague's footsteps. The whole process took only a few moments. However, the assassin still made a great commotion in his last attempt to save himself. Just as Song Nansho put the two people into his storage ring, the cry of a pheasant came from afar. Yoon Ji-feng immediately picked her up and whispered, "Let's go." The two turned and disappeared into the forest, trying to shake off the bird flying in mid-air. However, this time there were significantly more young birds than before. Song Nansho used the Sung wind to isolate the two of them, trying to use the same trick again, but found that this method was obviously not working. No matter how they tried to get rid of them, there would always be the sound of young birds flying by in mid-air. Song Nansho sensed something was wrong. She ran for a while, then suddenly stopped, closed her eyes, and seemed to be listening intently to something. Yoon Ji-feng didn't disturb her or ask any questions. He simply swung his long sword and stood beside her, like a silent guardian. In just a short while, a pheasant suddenly swooped down from mid-air and flew straight toward Song Nansha. Yoon Ji-Feng stepped forward expressionlessly, no longer concealing his aura and spiritual power. With a sword struck from the nascent soul stage, he directly severed the head of the small bird. However, the commotion and the smell of blood here would definitely attract more birds. Just as Yoon Ji-Feng was thinking about whether to carry Song Nansha away, he saw Song Nansha, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly open them. Then she suddenly said, "Whistle." Yoon Ji-Feng paused. "What?" "Song Nansha, I heard a whistle when that pheasant swooped down." Yoon Ji-Feng frowned. "Whistle? Is there someone else here?" "No." "You mean?" "Song Nansha, I think it was the whistle that was telling